thanks for coming, and we really need to thank Katie for organizing. And thanks to our senior faculty who are willing to share their expertise with us. I want to again welcome you. We're going to cover a lot. There'll be a quiz in the afternoon at Mama Molina's. No, I'm expecting that we're going to cover a lot of ground, and if we can leave today with you knowing what you want to ask questions about, or at least knowing in the future when you will have questions, that'll be success, I think, for today. So, like I said, we're going to cover a lot of ground. We don't expect you to, and I don't think we're going to be able to get in deep detail on everything, but we'll try to hit the high points so that you'll know in the future what questions to ask. Okay, turn it over to our faculty president.
Well, I'm just here to, welcome you all, of course, on behalf of the faculty council and so on, and I'll be kind of chiming in as I can elaborate on others' comments as we go through the morning.
Great. So one thing to note is just as I gave everybody, I think, a review. So the faculty development and support, what we did was we based this on the faculty induction that was several years ago, and then we added more stuff, and then we tried to fit it into the same 4-hour time slot, and so that might not be incredibly successful. So we wanted to try to really have people who are at the point of getting inducted prioritize what was super helpful, what they needed more information about. So that's the kind of information that we're trying to gather with that form. And so you can just give it to me whenever throughout the week if you're able to sort of get to it at the end of today. Okay, so we're now on to overview of overall expectations in the college. That's you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think there's much mystery. Our responsibilities as tenure-line faculty include instruction and research and service to the college, the university, and the community and field at large. We talked about, well, I don't know. During some of your visits, we talked about those expectations. I think that the University of Washington, as a research-intensive university, does, value research considerably. But as a college of education, we also value instruction and service to our local community. So I don't think there's much mystery in the expectations. That being said, if you think about the diversity of disciplinary fields from which the variety of faculty come, I think it's worth noting that our scholarship takes a variety of forms. It's not the simple, how many journal articles do you need to publish to get tenure? Because we have faculty historians, for example, where books are very much valued, and they figure differently. So while in these conversations, if we can't be precise, that's the reason, because we do different kinds of work, and our fields value different kinds of pieces, different kinds of work. So we talk a lot about quality as well as quantity, and influence or impact of our work. So I think that's what we need to think about. So again, we don't trying not to be mysterious. It's simply because of the variety of the kinds of work that we do. Deb and the faculty support committee has done a tremendous amount of work this year and last year, I believe. And we're tremendously grateful to Mike Knapp, who several years ago, faculty had conversation after conversation, and Mike generously created a document kind of documenting the various conversations that we had. So we thought we'd start today with perhaps your most burning question about how do we get tenure and promote, get promoted and receive tenure at this place. So now I'm going to turn it over to Deb and Mike.
Hi, everybody. So I think Mike and I know everybody, but I'm Debbie Kerdeman. This is Mike Knapp. We have 20 minutes to tell you everything you want to know about promotion and tenure. I just will say that we divided this up. I'm going to take no more than 5 minutes just to show you where you can find the procedural process part of promotion and tenure. And then Mike is actually going to talk to you a little bit more about substance, just underscoring Deb's point about the diversity of the faculty. That's not only our substantive interests, but also our methodological interests. I think that's something to keep in mind with everything we're about to say. I'm a philosopher. I don't even collect empirical evidence. And I remember once in graduate school, a colleague of mine said to me, "You just go to the library and think." But yes, that's pretty much how I do it. So, process, procedures for promotion and tenure. There is a tremendous amount of detail here. I'm going to say 3 things. The first is what Katie is about to pull up. And if not, we'll go to the second. So while Katie is pulling up the first thing, the second thing is this handout called Promotion and Tenure 4 Stages of Review. And I already talked about this at a faculty meeting. I'm actually not going to talk about this right now, but we wanted you to have it. And if you've got questions, feel free to contact myself or really anybody, any of the senior faculty sitting in the room right now. Promotion and tenure is a very, how shall we say, it's a multi-step and thoughtful process, and as you see, you get reviewed at a number of different levels, and the whole thing takes about a year. So just know that that's what's going on, and again, in details we can help you with. So that's number 1. Number 2 of 3. We wanted to show you where you can find on the College Wiki the detailed document that will spell out for you all of the steps and the timeline for what's involved in terms of promotion and tenure. So we're going to show this to you and let you go to look at it on your own when you get a chance. You're going to go to My COE.
The
Yes.
internet stopped working.
Uh-huh. Well, if it's not, look at that. There we go. Okay, let's try it again. So, you're at the College of Ed website, go to My COE. Okay, then My COE again, click again.
And the menu isn't coming up.
And the menu isn't coming up. Well, if the menu did come up,
Then you might have a chance of getting tenure. But if it doesn't come up, forget it. It was nice. Stick around for a few years.
let me just assure you that there is on the wiki a set of resources for faculty, and it's clearly marked faculty promotion. So that's where it is, and you'll see several documents. Okay, look at this, wonderful. Okay, you'll see several documents on there. And again, I think at your leisure, look at those documents, and they'll give you the time. I do want to say one thing. We revised those documents last year. We're going to tweak them again this year, not a major change, but just a tweak. And we didn't just make up these documents, where they actually are aligned with the University of Washington Faculty Code. The Faculty Code is your friend. It's when you get a chance, take a look at it. We give you a link in the guidelines, and there we go. Here we are. So you will see the promotion tenure process, promotion tenure guide, activity line, take a look at those when you get a chance and all the details in there. And then I just advise you to click on the link to the University of Washington Faculty Code. Who knew that this document was going to be as riveting as it turned out to be? It actually contains a lot of stuff that you need to know. Okay, so
Could we
those are,
just add one thing?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of information about the timelines there, but your committee is charged to do a lot of that.
that's
So
right,
you're,
that's
you
right,
don't have to be totally responsible for the timeline.
that's right.
Your
And that's,
committee will get a lot of pressure from whoever's sitting in Deb's committee spot.
that's right, you will have support. Maybe one thing I should say, that your committee or subcommittee for promotion and review is not the same as your mentoring committee. You choose your mentoring committee. You only choose one member of your three-person SPL. The faculty council chooses somebody, and the associate deans also choose somebody. Which leads me to my third and last point before turning this over to Mike. So, first point is this. Second point is that. Third point, I want to just give you some suggestions for things to do before you go up for promotion. Now, you're going to be getting a lot of those suggestions in just a second. You'll be hearing about mentoring committees, and you'll be hearing about other things. But I want to mention a couple things that you may not think about, because they're kind of informal. As Deb has been saying, the college faculty are diverse. There are a lot of people who work in areas that are not your methodology and are not your substantive area. Those are the people who are going to be serving on your SPR. Those are the people who are going to be voting on your file. It's really good to get to know them. And it's going to take some initiative on your part to do that. So, here are a couple of suggestions. Serve on a standing committee or on faculty council. You'll actually be getting notices about all of this at the end of it. You will not be asked to be a chair as a junior faculty member, but serving on a committee is really a great way to get to know people. That's how Katie and I got to know each other. Our paths would never have crossed if we hadn't served on the faculty development and support committee together. So I really encourage that. Second, attend division meetings and cluster meetings. It's important not only to get information, but to also begin to get to know people. Third, you'll be serving on PhD committees for your students. It's a great way to get to know faculty, not only in the college, but also outside the college. And then finally, as you get to know these folks, don't be shy to ask them to show you their files that they put together for promotion and tenure. Particularly, I would say two things: their personal statement, in which they sort of did an intellectual autobiography, and their CVs. And if you're talking to a full professor, maybe even ask them to see, can I see your file when you went up for promotion, can I see your file when you went up for full, to get a sense of what a trajectory looks like. And we have high expectations, but you don't have to be a full file when you go up for associate. And if you're an obsessive compulsive like myself, it's helpful to remember that the students are different. Okay. So, do you have anything you want to add?
So the only one thing that I would add is, as we went over the promotion and tenure documents, and stop me if you've already said this, one thing that I found was really helpful to look at the timeline and sort of understand that the external reviewers whose letters matter a lot in the promotion and tenure process, they actually only get your personal statement and 4 to 6 exemplary
And your CV.
publications. Oh, and your CV. And so they're seeing a really narrow part of your file. Your file is going to involve teaching evaluations and all sorts of other documentation, but they get to see a very narrow version of that. And so that's sort of helpful in thinking about what do you need to do now to sort of get yourself ready to look good to external reviewers.
Or maybe a way to say it would be, they get to see the evidence that they can actually judge. Because they actually can't judge your teaching, they can't judge your service, but they can judge your scholarship, because they're going to see your personal statement and your exemplary publications. Okay, maybe that's a good suggestion.
At this time of the year, I know that you said this before in the earlier meeting. Every year, the assistant professor is supposed to have a colleague evaluation of teaching. So if you've not arranged for that for this year, you need to do that, because one of the things that the post office does is they look for a letter from each and every year that you are in. Just want to say that.
No. Okay, that turns us over to Mike. He's gonna talk a little substance here.
All right, let's see if I can get us full screen here. What I'm doing here is a very quick Reader's Digest version of a thicker document that I hope you'll read at some point. It's being handed around hard copy, maybe, Deb, you can find a place on the site, the wiki site that will also sit there. It really needs a slight follow-up to the college, unofficial advice. This is unofficial advice, but it's maybe good advice. Anyway, it came about a while ago. Let's see if I can even move this forward. Yes. So, we'll get back to the background. Just picture yourself in a certain college, not this one, in which you're a new assistant professor and you're wondering, okay, how do I get well, what do I do to get tenure in this place? And somebody comes in the door and says, it's very simple. Here's a list of 6 journals. They're the widely considered the top ones. Just get 2 articles per year into them. That's about a dozen by the time you're up for the tenure vote, and you're in. Is that mark anyone less on in this place? I can think of 3 or 4 of our peer institutions where essentially that's the message you get. If perhaps in those words are pretty close to it. I've had one person almost that to me. This is not that place. That's a simple, simplistic, and narrow way of conceiving of the standard of what the tenure role. We didn't get to be the 6th place in the nation by following that standard. So it matters that you think a little bit about what matters in this place, for this college, and there's a sort of pattern. And all of that document is an attempt to describe the pattern. It's not policy, it's not written down anywhere as this is what the college stands for. This is just an empirically derived, qualitative attempt to represent what seems to be operative in the last 2 decades of assistant to associate promotions. So, the answers to the questions, the burning questions, are really that there are 35 different answers. It's the joint result of all of the senior faculty who do the voting. And of course, those senior faculty who sit on a smaller committee that is the watchdog committee, and ultimately also the votes of people outside. But the ones who actually vote here are the senior faculty, and they all have different answers. They don't necessarily agree. They really don't. And it's not clear that they need to agree. But the tenure decision is the sort of joint result of their ideas. And so what I've got in this thing is just my attempt, and others who worked with me to sort of updated this 3 or 4 times, is to represent what appears to be happening.
Can I just add
Yeah,
this thing, Mike? The recommendation from the faculty that goes to the dean, the culminating piece of that is actually not the faculty vote. The culminating piece of that is the report that's written by what we call the CAC, the College Advisory Council. They're the people who are going to get all of the evidence, your file, all the faculty discussions, and so forth. They're the ones that write the report that goes to the provost, along with the report from the dean. So it's their job to help make sense of all of your file.
Including making sense of differences of opinion.
Exactly, right, exactly.
So let's remember what the criterion is. You look up in faculty code.
Chapter 24, that's the limiting document.
Appointment to the rank of associate professor requires a record of substantial success in both teaching and research. And we take teaching very seriously in this college. But, so just a word or two, I've pretty much already said this, but what I'm trying to represent in this thing, and what I'm trying to represent in this presentation, is a collective sense of what the criteria that seem to be operative in this place are. I've been a participant across more than 2 decades in virtually all of these, our discussions every year, and also on quite a few of the committees, the promotion committees. So I've been sort of on the inside of this, and others that I talked to this were very much in that situation too. And so we don't have any systematic peer-reviewed research to offer you here, but we do have what may be a consensus document, or maybe it's simply a document that is a prompt for ongoing conversation about what we value in this place. So there's basically a central claim or two here. So first of all, no single set of criteria come into play. There isn't a single set of criteria that operates here, nor are there measures or indicators of complete agreement. And that means the pattern you create in your file could be quite different from the pattern of somebody else who's also tenurable. And if you were to look back across the tenured promotion files of the last dozen in this place, you would be amazed how different they are and how differently they configure the things that are valued and are strengths. So difference is not necessarily a problem here. The assessors are going to pay attention to research, teaching, and service, and probably in that order, with research most highly valued, most paid attention to, and teaching next, a close second, and then service third. Deb has been alluding to this, so just think. And there's one figure missing. So promotion committee, and the senior faculty, all who do the voting. Then there's that CAC committee that sort of looks over what the vote in this discussion here feeds to the dean and feeds to the provost, then the dean, then the university provost review committee, and generally 4 or 5 external reviewers in comparable R1 universities who are also going to be looking at that segment of your file that Debbie just mentioned. And they will bring their criteria to bear, though they may have basically a very vague introduction to what matters here, but they don't have this document in front of them. They bring their own criteria to bear. So when we talk about what matters in scholarship, it really seems that there are 3 things in productive tension with each other that matter in this place. You cannot satisfy all 3 optimally. They are intentionally there. So there's the quality of your contribution to scholarly literature and discourse, and that's essentially as judged by the discourse community that you respond to and relate to. There's the impact, actual or potential impact, on practice, policy, public discourse, and that's really as judged by the public and the practitioner and the policy community as much as by scholars. The scholars may also contribute. And then there's the productivity standard, which is really more the quantity thing that Deb was referring to, and it's often thought, oh, that's what matters, it's the number that we crank out. No, actually, that does matter, but not ultimately and only. So it's how many things and how regularly you produce things. So it's quantity and regularity of production that is, and continued prospects for it. That's sort of the productivity standard. So all 3 of those are in play, and you can't maximize them all. And so the files will look somewhat different on those. So I'll go through these very quickly. You have a copy of the slide set, you can go back over them, you've got the other things. So quality standard. Importance of what you study as judged by the people who are looking at your stuff. The theoretical and technical sophistication of the research, its generativity, is it likely to generate good, wonderful other things? How coherent is the research program? And how independent is it? Independent of your dissertation advisor, independent of your senior members who are working on your research team. Is there sort of intellectual leadership you can demonstrate? So those are the kinds of things that are sitting in here that will be considered. Various indicators, publications in refereed outlets, solo authorship, lead authorship, so on and so forth. Various kinds of indicators would suggest to the assessors that those things are in place. The impact standard, slightly different things at work here. How cogent and accessible your stuff is to practitioners, policy, and public audiences. Relevance to pressing concerns, things that are on the agenda now that matter. Grounding in high-quality investigations and analysis, but the piece you produce that has high impact may not be the original piece that has all of that technical sophistication and detail in it, but it's grounded in it, and so being grounded in that is good. How much reach does it have? Did it actually get out there through a practitioner journal that goes to 250,000 people, as opposed to an academic journal that goes to 5,000 people? And those things matter. And then what kind of educated value does your stuff have? So those are the kinds of things that will come into play. Various indicators, practice-focused outlet publication, once again, solo or lead authorship, testimony by significant others, evidence that's actually used by people, various kinds of things would indicate that. Productivity standard, quantity, obviously, the numbers. Here the bean counters come into play, at least up to some threshold. And what we'll talk a moment ago, threshold is. Regularity of scholarly production, frequency, amount of support for your scholarly work, like getting grants, getting some kinds of support, prospects for continued production beyond the point of tenure. Not this flurry of things that gets you to the tenure point and then no clue that you're going to continue doing this stuff. And the indicators, are sort of likely ones. So here the bean kind of comes in. And I don't mean to judge it harshly there, but people will count the number of refereed articles you get, especially the refereed ones as opposed to the non-refereed ones. They will count other scholarly products, but value them somewhat less, probably. How the timing of those publications shows up, money you secure, those are kinds of things that show up as indicators here. Well, that's scholarship. So what matters in teaching? Here's our best shot at trying to put a finger on it. The quality of the intended curriculum, so what you actually put together in your courses. The quality of response to your enacted curriculum, so what do the students actually do, and what do they think about it, and how excited do they get, and how much do they learn? And a contribution to the full range of programmatic needs in this place. So is your teaching actually making a big contribution in the way this college tries to do its work? So looking at your syllabi and the annuals, the course evaluations that students do, and the peer assessments, annual peer assessments of your teaching, all of those kinds of things will feed in as possible indicators of the quality of your teaching. And most of the assessors have not seen you teach, and they don't have immediate direct access to it. They have to access it through these kinds of indicators. Advising, don't forget about it. Even that typically as a junior faculty member, you're not going to do a huge amount of advising, but it does matter. The quality of the mentoring you provide to the advisees you do have does matter. And your proportional contribution to the overall advising, mentoring load of the college. So are you stepping up and being part of supervisory committees? Are you picking up a few master's and doctoral students and whatever? So there's both of those things. We'll figure in that as part of is in relation to teaching, as considered part of teaching, or an important part. What matters in service is a variety of things. Good citizenship in the college, in the university, local and state community, and the profession, and the nation, and you won't do it all. And please don't try to do it all, and it won't make your file vastly better if you're maybe particularly doing good work in two of these. Do it, go for it. Provide service where you've got the opening and the inclination, but huge low of service is not good. Greatly appreciate the quality of the file. So ultimately, what it seems to boil down to in this college is a bunch of basic values. And these values are, once again, our take on what seems to matter. Integration, your capacity to integrate the research and the teaching and the service. They feed each other and they support each other in a mutually reinforcing way. Some kind of balance among the different parts and different things that you do. In other words, we're not looking in this college, it doesn't not appear to be that we're looking for specialists who are absolutely perfect and dynamite on one thing and nothing else. Connection and this connectedness to college priorities, to important constituencies out there, to the field, and then basic visibility that you're producing work that others see, others around here, others in the state, others in your respective discourse communities, and that's what it all adds up to. So, in 1 or 2 or 3 minutes, any more questions? Otherwise, it's there for you to chew on. Yeah, any of my colleagues who think we haven't quite got it right, please say so, because there's 35 of us and we don't all agree. I can guarantee you that. Just pass it back.
Sort of in that vein, or maybe a version of what Debbie said earlier in terms of informal advice, is one way I think about mediating all these different expectations is definitely through your field. So what Debbie said about, getting to know other people in the college who are going to vote on your file, sort of another version of that applies with whatever your main professional organizations are. Because a big part of how these differences get mediated is through the letters and the reviews that from researchers in your own field. So I always advise, don't be shy, especially in the year, your second, third, fourth year, talking to people in your field, identifying a few senior scholars where you ask their advice, and give them a chance to give you some sense of how people in the field will look at your file.
That's very well said. So for example, if someone was talking to Bob about a publication record in educational psychology, you would probably expect more refereed journal publication than talking to a historian of education over here, where half a dozen is probably a good threshold level. And that, by the way, is true for much of the college and many of our fields, probably not so much in educational psychology, would be my guess.
Especially if they receive article of the year twice. Yes.
That's very good.
That doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt.
So how do you, I feel really comfortable going and making connections with scholars in my field, but I'm not sure how to ask that, what question do you, I send you I don't even know how to approach that question.
Well, what I've done is just, had at a panel where you have a commenter or something who you feel like does sort of appreciate your work and get what you're trying to do, then ask them or her if they'd be willing to meet with you for lunch or something, and just tell them that you want to get some advice. They won't be surprised.
If
They
it's
know
about
people are in,
tenure.
about my career path and I'm thinking, what I have done too is brought the issue of being a historian in a college of education to my peers in the field and said, gee, how do you think about negotiating the different expectations where you're one or two humanities people in a different field. So, and you may have your own version of issues that you worry about. Well, instead of just worrying about them alone in your room, ask, a friendly critic, senior colleague, if they can give you some advice about how they would think about it.
And your work can probably easily be the opening for that conversation. I'd love to have coffee with you and talk a little bit more about the work I discussed presented here and tell you a little bit how that
Get
fits
some of your advice.
to my whole, my whole program of research. And
I think that, and you can also ask about quality, but I think you have to ask. And I think people are very willing. Asking, if I may say, I think is harder for women sometimes, but you just ask. People will be happy to.
And they won't be surprised. They know people are thinking about these issues.
And ask them a specific question. I wouldn't just say, can you look at my Vita and tell me what my next 5 years should be like? say, could you look at my last 5, if you're just starting, can you look at my 3 publications that I've got and 2 that I'm thinking about, and tell me if this would really inform the field in this particular way, or should I change my trajectory early from what it's on now? A specific question is more helpful.
Yeah, I think that too.
I found also it's easier for me to approach senior scholars if I say, I want to I have a particular question about how it is you have developed a partnership with schools, or so I'm asking something about their research and their experience, and then you end up talking about a little bit of what you're doing, but it's not about, oh, here, let me present my work to you so you know who I am. And then they just know a little bit about you. You want to move on to your, yeah.
it's a process, not an event. This is my mantra these days. But I think getting tenure is a process, not an event.
Well, in the time I have, do you want me to just take 5 minutes or 10?
Either way.
I want you to stay on schedule.
Yeah, so 5 to 10 minutes, whatever. Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes.
That's
Just
good.
on schedule, yeah.
But, so I just want to extend the conversation a little bit rather than go into my topic right now. So I want to add this, that now that I have been on kind of the other side of the fence and I'm writing a lot of external letters for people, like I get, I would say 12 requests a year to write external letters. And so now I've seen almost like 100, I've like written 100. And so from that vantage point, I would say that the question, and this is my opinion, but the question that a junior faculty member should be thinking about, that the reviewer is going to have to think about is, has this person whose vita is in front of me, have they made a contribution to a defined area of research? That's very different than the question or the hurdle of, has this person got a national reputation? My opinion is the latter is the criteria for an associate going to a full. It is impossible for most of us to have a national reputation. I mean, just the sheer time pressures of trying to get good work out by the time you go up for tenure. You know, you're going to have stuff you're developing in years 4 and 5, and it's not even going to get out, your best work. So the national reputation to me is not what I think about when I look at an assistant professor's portfolio. It is a defined, have they made a defined contribution, and can they express what that is and why it's important? That's what I think about when I write the letters at that level.
Yeah, I want to underscore that and also note, if you go to that faculty code and read the criteria for associate to full promotion, that's where it says explicitly national and or international recognition and reputation for the work. That's where the big reputation sits. But in the timeline of going assistant to associate, that's not an expectation. But that there is a contribution, you can articulate it, and what exactly is the contribution you have made? Oh, absolutely.
So in one of my slides, you saw the tension between the quality, productivity, impact. I can't remember those three, but, and then you saw Mike's kind of analysis and breakdown of the kinds of things you want to pay attention to, and your blood pressure went up when you saw that, right? All of those things that you think you should be paying attention to, can I do that? The one way that you can attend to most of those is to focus your research in a particular area, not too narrow, like looking through the keyhole, repeating the same study over and over, but not like spraying your research topics and agenda out over the course of 5 years. Remember that if you're aiming for a defined contribution in an area that your field thinks is important, you increase your chances of all three of those things of impact, maybe not productivity, but of impact and what was the third one? Impact, productivity, and quality. Right. You raise the chances that 2 out of those 3 can be taken care of by your having an agenda and a focus for your research. You are building in a particular area. I think something that Deb said during the meeting struck me last year. It was something about some people had written in their letter to their external reviewers and said, or their statement, they said something about the field used to think blah, blah, blah. Now I have tried to help the field rethink this particular area. I've tried to inform this, I've tried to fill this gap, I've tried to disambiguate a couple ideas. And so, you know, I thought that was interesting.
I would also add that in the similar number of reviews that I've done for external assistant to associates, I'm just as interested in potential for impact as actual demonstrated already. So the contribution can be articulated, and here's what the contribution is and will be. I'm just as interested in that as something that's already well cited, all that.
So it seems like a transition to what I'm talking about, maybe of less importance in line with our junior faculty, but I'll do my 5 minutes here. So this is about integrating research and teaching and service. And so this is another way to help boost your thinking and your focus in particular areas that you're interested in, is to bring it into your teaching. And I don't have a slideshow, and I would like, I know the junior faculty already do this. You find it totally sensible to integrate your research into your teaching, totally sensible, and many of you are already doing it. And maybe we can make this a little bit more active and you can share. But just a couple of thoughts. So when you begin teaching in a way that integrates your research, it really makes you think about your research in a slightly different way than when you were out in the field or writing about it. If you intend to teach about it, it makes you think about it in a slightly different way. And, you know, to me, it makes my thinking about my own research becomes more sophisticated when I plan on teaching about it or with it. So you can teach about your research, you can also teach with artifacts from your research. So I know, Heather, I want you to all think of how you've done this in the past, and we can do a quick share out. Maybe that's all we need for this 5 minutes. But I know, for example, like Heather Hebert, she teaches a course on discourse analysis, and she brings in all kinds of data sets around discourse from her work in the field that's associated with the research. And she brings it in, and then what the students really love when you bring in your own research is they like how you can contextualize where this like transcript came from. You can tell them the story of who spoke these words, what was the classroom like, or the outdoor setting in which these words were spoken. The students love that. They also love to hear your own thinking about how you wanted to frame the analysis of that discourse. So I'm talking about Heather again in the discourse analysis class. So that's just one example that I know is going on. I know Katie is going to bring in your research on technology used by kids in communities into a class you're teaching on, is it interaction analysis?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So rather than me talking a lot, I probably don't have a lot of, you know, groundbreaking ideas about this that you guys cannot pool together for yourself. So does anybody, Katie, want to share what you're doing, and a couple others?
Yeah,
Sure.
so the interaction analysis is a methods course about how to analyze video data with kind of a socio-cultural framework on learning. And so all of my data is video data, so I'm kind of running it like a workshop. Most of the students also have their own video data from various settings, so every last 45 minutes of class, somebody presents what we call an IAL slot, so an interaction analysis lab slot. And so somebody brings in kind of a background description of the clip that they're going to show. They show the clip, and then we all kind of talk about it, and we audio record everybody's session so they can have that as kind of, you know, groundwork on starting to write and analyze. So that was a quick summary.
Can I add just one other thing? Flip it around. You can also write about your teaching. You can study your teaching. Any syllabus is essentially an intellectual argument if you want to turn it into one, and you build a conceptual or literature-based piece on that. I published one of those. Or your teaching is a source of data. You have lots of data coming from the interaction of learners with ideas. I've written one of those, published in a referee journal article. So you can do scholarship on your teaching.
I studied my own, I studied how my pre-service science teachers were taking out certain aspects of sophisticated practice or not, and then we followed them, and we got NSF funding to follow them in the field for 2 years after they graduated, and I'll tell you, our eyes were opened about the impact or not of what the work we do in tech, at least in mathematics classes. Anybody else want to share?
One thing that I remember from the last time you presented was also talking about how you worked IRB with studying your own students.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to give a quick overview? I don't remember all of the details.
Okay.
How do you study your own students in your own teaching in a way that
Right.
you're not coercing them to participate?
So this may be the last moment I have in the amount of time, but IRB is tricky when you study your own students, but here's the workaround that I did with our human subjects division. This was several years ago, but I think it still holds. When you have your own students in a quarter system, you have a double bind kind of. If you ask them for permission, you know, signing the consent form at the beginning of the quarter, you essentially can be construed as pressuring your students to sign on to something. At the risk, if they don't, at the risk of you giving them a bad grade or whatever. You know, you have authority and control over students. And so IRB is worried about that. The double bind comes if you decide to consent them at the end of the quarter. Then they say, you have been collecting data on these people unbeknownst to them. They were in your class, you did not consent them until the end of the quarter. And so that's uninformed consent. So the way very simple workaround, I told IRB, I'm going to announce at the beginning of the quarter simply that I may be collecting data from you, artifacts from this class, audio of some of our conversations, and then at the end of the quarter, I will ask for your permission to use it. And I will only find out if you have signed the consent forms after grades have been turned in. IRB seemed to like that compromise, so.
Did most of your students sign the consent form?
Okay, say it again.
Did most of the students sign the consent form?
I think I've had 100%. Yeah, it makes a big difference if you can tell students that, honestly, that you are not going to collect any additional data above and beyond what would normally be collected in the work of a course. You're not going to turn in extra stuff. Sometimes you do have to do that, but I was able to say, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, our current project doesn't quite do it that way either. It says we're recording all the sessions because for our own learning, and we do need to know whether it's okay for you to be on the video because we will use these for research purposes as well as our own learning. So they had to kind of tell us up front because then we avoided putting people on video. That helped us with the groupings that we made and other kinds of things, but it was only, same thing, you're not doing anything above and beyond what you would normally do, we're just gonna use the records of this class for research purposes. And IRB has changed a lot over the years, and that kind of thing was actually exempt rather than like minimal risk even, because we were not doing anything outside the normal bounds of educational practice.
Okay, I'm gonna move us on, sorry, we're already running a little bit late. So switching to talking about mentoring committees. Nancy and Cohom.
Did you wanna?
Why don't you begin with
What
the
were you
faculty
gonna say?
survey, right? I think you're talking about the faculty survey.
Yeah.
I'm talking a little bit about the role ADs play in mentoring
All right.
committees.
So what I'm distributing is really just a brief report that was the result of this survey we did actually 2 years ago now. It's just about 2 years ago that this report came out. So in a way I'm switching, so far we've been offering you advice. This is in a way the opposite. It's a report on, I guess you could say, advice to the college that junior faculty gave to us. That is me, I was vice president of the college faculty at this point, and I was in Debbie's, the equivalent to Debbie's role. And so it was under those auspices that we conducted a sort of multi-level survey of junior faculty. So one part was a web-based survey, and everyone was anonymous. And then a second part was I actually interviewed every junior faculty member to get some understanding of what their experience was in terms of support as a junior faculty member. So, and this was the time period when this was actually the last year we were still in our area structure. So we were sort of in the process of reorganizing. So that was some of the impetus behind it too, was to see, what our junior faculty experiences and what kinds of things do we need to work on. So this is really just a short report, and it even says draft. You see, everything's draft forever. And you can read it at your leisure. There's a lot of stuff behind this, but in a way, I think this is great that we're doing this, because this would be a great environment to think about how to move this agenda forward too. But I thought I would just highlight a few things. This is just a brief summary, but from the brief summary, so basically on page 2 and 3. You see there's summary results, some good things. Those are good things. One of them was this induction. event, and then some issues. So I thought I would just highlight a few of the things from the issues, because it might help you think about how to access or request the support that you need. So I guess Elham's going to talk about the mentoring committees, and some of the subject matter of the survey was about how are the mentoring committees working, do you even have one, if you have one, how often are you meeting, what kind of support are you getting, and there was a wide range of responses. The very different fields, the very different places that people are in the college means that people have very different experiences. So that's not necessarily a problem, but it does mean that people are going to have different issues, and that we have to somehow figure out how to provide the support you need, no matter what your position is within the college. So that's partly what this wide variability. And number two, I thought was one sort of insight that came out of faculty's responses, which is that, given the variability, some of the issues that come up are not totally solvable. So for instance, one person said, I'm really primarily located off campus. That is a real difficulty for me to get the support I need. So we're probably not going to have one solution that is going to solve all those problems. But part of what this talks about is sort of, maybe that's exactly one of the roles of the mentoring committee, or identifying mentors, informal mentors that can serve you, is to identify some of the distinctive things about your experience, and to try to get support specifically around the issues that you face. Also, not all of our faculty, and actually more of our faculty, are not necessarily in a tenure track. They're in some kind of lecture position or research faculty. Well, they go through promotion processes too, but a lot of our documentation is oriented towards the tenure track. So in those cases, maybe that needs to be front and center an issue in developing mentoring relationships and mentoring committees. How do I strategize to make my specific situation work? One of the issues that a number of faculty, so now I'm moving on to sort of three, identified, but again, not all, so there's wide variability, but some people did feel like there was no one watching out for them. They were kind of on their own. So again, I think in a way this goes back to Debbie's earlier advice, that we as a total faculty need to work on that. People shouldn't feel like they're totally isolated on their own. At the same time, that puts a premium also. You need to get the support you need, so sometimes you have to be more proactive than the faculty as a whole is. So finding ways to make connections with other faculty and being a little proactive about that is, again, something that I would reinforce. Now I would highlight number 5 in a way I'm highlighting it for everyone in the room. More than 4. One area in which faculty feel almost universally unsupported is in the advising of students.
Were you saying that pertains to senior faculty as well?
Well, just that maybe that's true, yes, but also that, this is not a problem that junior faculty can solve. It's a problem that we as a faculty can solve. But, so I'm just going to maybe I'm just sort of taking advantage of this context to highlight that issue. And I think that's something that's happened a little in the reorg process too, is that there's more confusion about what are the advising steps and less clarity about who to ask about those things. So I'm sorry I'm not offering you a solution, but it's an identifiable problem. Maybe as the faculty development and support committee goes forward, we could figure out some session like this that's more focused on advising
We
students.
will have in the May faculty, the faculty council committee that focuses on students, actually has a major part of that agenda.
It is also possible that we make better use of the clusters, which are only beginning to come into their own, and whatever programmatic meetings we have with our different programs, we can reserve some of that time for talking about our advising projects. We can do that. We haven't used to do it in the area days. It's been our area, we did for a while. So it's possible to do.
So I guess in a way I'm just saying, if you feel this is true, you're not feeling it. You're not feeling it. And then one other comment from the last page that I would just highlight is people identified that it would be nice to have more opportunities outside of highly structured meetings for junior faculty to make connections with other faculty. So, you know, when we're all in a big faculty meeting, usually there's that buzz at the beginning of the meeting where people are like reconnecting, but that's not enough time for people to make those informal connections and relationships. So, again, you know, that's not something you can totally solve, but it is something to be aware of and try to, you know, even ask people, do we have a social? I thought that in a way, one way you might think about using this, and I'll also pass around the actual survey so you have the questions. Some of the categories might be useful. One way to use it would be when you are meeting with your mentoring committee. One of the things people identified was, I'm not really sure what to do with my mentoring committee. Well, maybe between the survey and the report, that would be a place to start. You know, here are some things that junior faculty have identified in the past, and here here's the points on this list that seem to particularly apply to me. Can you talk through with me how to address those issues? So I'll pass around the survey, and then, I don't know, if you have questions or whatever, I'll just stop there. Do you guys have anything? Everybody? I don't. So, I don't know, is that something you're gonna address specifically?
Well, one of the things that the ADs have been concerned about is to make sure that junior faculty do have formal mentoring committees and helping you set that up. So I think like we're in process, and then we have a little bit of a nagging function to say, hey, have you met with your mentoring committee? Because forming one is one thing, and then actually meeting with them is another thing, and that's a formal thing. And you know, when I look at all of us in the room, and currently who are junior people, you're very accomplished folks. So I think the hardest thing about mentoring is figuring out how to convey our vulnerabilities to one another in order to get good advice. Because we probably all have that imposter syndrome and are worried a little bit about maybe we should be more productive than we are, or what if that paper that you sent off really got rejected, and do you really show that to someone, and what is that going to make you feel like to do that? I don't know if you feel, or gee, yeah, I was supposed to write that and I didn't, and here I am, and now I feel a little stuck, and you know, I don't really know how to manage my time, and my time is getting away from me. I don't really know what to do.
Can I interject something on
Yeah.
this topic? One thing that I found extremely helpful at one point was to just meet with one person on my committee for something specific, because the big meetings with everyone are important, but it allowed me actually at that point in time for what I needed, which was to advance the manuscript forward that my math really helped me with. That was really crucial for me in terms of moving that forward. So I think the thing that helps in making it a more authentic experience sometimes is when you know that you can go to individual faculty members that are on your membership committee, because otherwise, sometimes when you assemble everyone, it feels more high stakes.
Yeah, and I would say what is good to kind of piggyback on that, where I was, one thing that I wrote down that I wanted to convey is that I think mentorship works on a couple of different levels, and it is important that you have a formal committee and that you meet formally, because being in what probably will feel like a more of a high stakes discussion is good for us. This is in fact the job that we signed up to take, right? So it's important to see faculty in a range of different disciplines in the college talk to you about your work, and for you to feel like I can talk about it. And it may feel, that setting might feel more high stakes, but it's okay, put yourself in that situation. But then the other thing is the more high touch sort of, I think you should have someone in the building that you can go to for little things. Because they're not gonna get annoyed by you, or you work on it, you know, you figure it out, and they'll just answer your question, that you can text them and they'll just help you with whatever, right? And then I think you have to pick people who you can go to big things. Like going to Mike for like what you just described, that's a big thing, and he's particularly good at it, and you will come to know, and you actually are really good at different things, right? Each other as well. So I think you should identify different kinds of people for different kinds of questions that you have.
Yeah, because it's not always the same person, it's just, there are people around this building who are really good at this, or this, or this, and most of us are
Right.
open to that.
And there's just so much ambiguity, and our graduate careers didn't fully prepare us for all the different kinds of things that you have to take. And also, like, to be able to say, I really don't get this, but like when I was first working with budgets with Louise, she'd say, I need a scope of work and a blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I have no idea what a scope of work is. It's like, could you please give me a copy of a scope of work, or could you help me with this a little bit, you know? And just to not be worried about saying, thanks for letting me know that I need that, but I have no idea what it is. We're having this email exchange with like what IRB and OSP needs to know that there's a grant that's married. I have no idea what is needed, and so I'll just say, I'm really trying to get this done, but I don't get it. Could you please help me know exactly what I say? Sometimes, like, I need the language to use, and you still run into things, and then policies change and whatever. Like, Mark was incredibly helpful for me in that letter you write back to the editor. When you are reviewing when you're making some changes, but you're not making other changes, and he's incredibly generous with sharing stuff, and he's very intentional, and so I still use that, and then I try to pass that along with advising, or when you don't know really how to advise. Like, I think this is true. We are often very much on our own because there's no formal way that things will come, so you have to know that even though it looks like people are really busy and have their heads down and they come in and out really quickly, the culture of this place is very much like that. It gets worse over time, you know. Probably what I kind of hate the way my life and time is organized right now, but still, if someone says, hey, I need a little time for that, I'm more than happy to help, but I don't necessarily sometimes initiate that, like, hey, how are you doing with this? Just because I'm also trying to survive a little bit too, even though it looks, you know. So we don't have those coffee hours like the New Zealanders do, which is so nice. We should all like come out of our holes at 3:30 and have tea and coffee with one another. I have a dream still that maybe someday.
It starts with a minute of planking.
Yeah.
It starts with a minute of planking. Actually, it's funny how that 1 minute of planking brought lots of people out of their holes. So, you know, you try. You have to reset. And the other thing about working through all this is that I've this year, after 15 years, have decided the seeking out balance is like a totally stupid thing. Like, that's never gonna happen. Or having a routine that you can stick to. Almost every quarter, the routine has to change because your schedule changes. So I think about it as like successive resets is what we need, which is why I like Katie's organization template for the week or whatever. Every every few weeks she tries a new one, and then you learn from that.
Eventually we'll narrow in on the
Well,
right.
eventually we might get there, but I think it's the journey that may be more what it really is rather than arriving. That's my few cents about mentorship.
Okay, so are there any burning questions? We're running about 5 minutes behind.
So the
I don't wanna-
process of selecting a mentoring committee is just to talk to your AD first?
Your AD should be initiates that, so yours is Joy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
and you could bug her
Yeah,
too.
sure. Yeah.
She's
Good.
buggable.
I'm good at that.
Yeah, she's buggable. And then you just ask a lot, just keep asking people, who's good at X, who's good at Y? Nancy's incredibly good at teaching, right? So like, talk to her about that. And you know that you all have incredible strengths too. I'm watching Jessica run research meetings and I'm like, oh, isn't that nice how she did that? I'll take a little note on there. So putting yourself in relationship with one another as much as we can is good.
And one of the ideas of the mentoring committee is to get some representation across the college. So it's, you might have one person on there that's kind of close to what you do, but it's also an opportunity to get feedback from people who are elsewhere in the college. So that's really where you might want to ask your advice from your AD, but also if you have another senior faculty member, gee, I need some broader representation in my mentorship committee, who do you think
Yeah,
would
that
be,
is important.
who do you think would be good? And actually something that came out from the survey too is sometimes having someone too close to you is not helpful. Sometimes you actually need someone from outside your area to give you a view on your teaching obligations or your service obligations or so I would really encourage you to think about getting that representation and not staying too close to the people you already deal with anyway.
Right, because part of it is a learning function for them to also get to know your work. So normally Bob and I, for example, might not overlap in our research circles, but it's actually quite helpful for Bob to be on my mentoring committee because he has all kinds of institutional knowledge, but also he's in an area different from mine, so I can see what it is that he thinks about. And that also helps just in the general tenure and promotion process because people are looking and evaluating your file. So if they understand what's important in your field and the kinds of questions you're considering, that can also help us understand the really great breadth of research that's done in this building. Is that good?
It's great. Katie and Chris, does everybody know each other? Especially since we've had people join us, it might be a good time to go around the room and I should have started with that, I apologize. I'm Deb McCutcheon.
I've definitely not good at that.
Kate Lewis.
Karen Dixon.
Mark Winchell.
Kate Henry Taylor.
Nancy B.
Mike Knapp.
Alham Kazari.
Heather Hubbard, Roberta Hilton, Louise Claus,
Minson.
Kathleen Meeker.
Jessica Rigby.
Bonnie Riders.
So I think we're turning it over to you to talk about funding sources.
Okay. Well, this is going to be a shared collaboration. In fact, I'm passing out a handout that basically was created by Louise, so I need to give.
Takes a village.
Oh, yes.
It takes it. So what Louise did was kind of compile a list of the funding agencies that have that faculty have received funding from in the last several years. And you'll see it goes from the federal government to the state, school districts, private foundations, even some industry. There's also some university resources. I don't know exactly what to say about these. Some of our funding, some of our work fits nicely into some of the federal government niches. others doesn't so well. I'm gonna, I thought I'd say a few things about some of the major national organizations, try to characterize them a little bit, and these will be vast oversimplifications, but when I think about NIH, NSF, Department of Ed, particularly IES within the Department of Ed, if you're thinking of some work, which of those organizations would you really think about? And I know Bob is gonna chime in at some point, and I hope you do, but, NIH, National Institute of Health, with all its institutes within it, I mean, they fund some basic research, as does NSF, but there should be some health-related issue, physical health, mental health, or avoidance of disability or understanding disability, so that kind of flavor of the research could potentially make it of interest to NIH. NSF, obviously STEM-related work around the doing, the work of it, the preparation, education, issues around increasing equity and diversity, both ethnic and gender diversity within STEM disciplines is of interest. But there's also been things that seem in some ways only tangentially related to STEM that NSF has funded as well. And IES, I think of as often, they do fund some basic research, but they really want you to be able to articulate. I would really want to understand if this is a mechanism that we can push on to improve practice and learning in school. So IES has a kind of a practical side to it, an applied side that I think of as kind of a flavor. There might be some kinds of work that could go either place, but in terms of kind of an overview of the kinds of work that kind of hits the sweet spot of those agencies. Do you want to add anything?
Just that over the years, we tried to keep in front of the curve on requests for proposals, so that Louise is a real fountain of where and how to get access to those and so on. So at some point, you become part of the process of developing RFPs. You therefore know about them ahead of time. Our faculty and special ed have been very good about that aspect of it especially. But I only mentioned that. But also to I mean, I've had quite a bit of money from NIH and NICHD and working on collaborative projects with NSF, and so, I mean, they fund everything from preschool work all the way up. You wouldn't necessarily think of NSF as doing that, but we have a couple of projects working with second graders and fifth graders with other faculty in the Life Center. And so it just, you've got some responsibility for trying to keep ahead of it, and then Louise is just a fountain of knowledge about kind of things that are coming out.
Another thing to think about is, I wouldn't recommend this as junior faculty, but some of your senior colleagues sit on review boards for these various agencies, and that's a great way for them to learn about what a successful IES proposal looks like, or NSF or NIH proposal looks like. So to talk to them about, what are the components of successful proposals to this agency or that agency.
You can be a reviewer. You may not be on like the Spencer Review Board, but you can for NSF, you can volunteer to be a reviewer, and that is eye-opening.
Yeah.
You will see how sausage is made. You'll have full access to a whole cluster, like somewhere between 8 and 20 proposals for a particular RFP, and you'll talk with others about what they value, and I would definitely, if you in the future think you're gonna, like I keep referring to Katie, because she's right here, we just had lunch, but if you're gonna propose to NSF in the future, just volunteer program officers at NSF are always looking for people to volunteer. volunteer. And it's a little time consuming for just part of a month, but it is eye-opening.
One thing to underscore there is you quickly see, hey, I can do better than a bunch of these proposals I'm just reviewing. Maybe not as good as this one and this one, which probably deserve to be fun, but I can be pretty close to this. I can actually do this.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we have had faculty here do the unheard of. First proposal in NIH funded on our college faculty, so can be successful.
But if it isn't,
Then we got a second round of review.
So maybe we'll just have each of the people who have had some experience with small or large grants give a 1 to 2 minute sort of quick overview of what their, like what the experience was like applying to that funding agency, and if there's anything in particular to know about the grant process. So it's Heather, Kara, and Daphne, and Mark. Sure. Heather, you want to kick us off?
Sure. So I don't think the DERA is on here because that's a inside college grant. So I don't know if that's still happening after we talk about that. But that was the first grant that I applied for here, which is a grant that you write for an incoming student for the work that you want to do with that student. So I started with that, and that's an inside college process, and then I applied for the RRF to continue that work, which is I think it's the one under UW, Royalty Research Fund, is the name of it, and I think a couple important things to know about that one, as you're thinking ahead, is if you're applying for other things like, say, a Spencer postdoc, it's about twice the length, so it can be a good one to do alongside that because you've got about twice the space, and then you can whittle down, or vice versa, maybe start small and add. Another thing to know is that it's reviewed by folks in Bothell, Tacoma, and here, so the committee works, has the job of trying to find people who can read your proposal and will understand the work. And so you can reach out to people and say, can I recommend you as somebody who could review this work? And so I asked people at Bothell and here if they would be willing to look at that. And as long as they're not your mentor or working directly with you on a project or have history with working with you on a project, then you can ask them to review. And the committee may or may not take that up, but you can at least give suggestions, which makes their job a little easier.
I've been asked to a few times.
So I'll stop there and let others jump in, because I know we have a few RRF people.
Kara?
Sure, Heather just gave one. So they asked me to talk about the Spencer postdoc, which I won in 2010. And I would just strongly encourage people to apply for them. So it looks like I was looking at the most recent information, which is what I just passed out, and it looks like the next round then would probably be, you'd be eligible if you had your doctorate between January 1st, 2010 and December 31st, 2014. They've shrunk the window a little bit, but it is $55,000 up to 2 years, and probably the best thing about it is that the institution cannot take any overhead on it, and so it means you really have $55,000 to negotiate with. And so I had mine at McGill University, but I went to my chair, we were organizing departments, and you're supposed to be able to get up to 1 year release from your teaching responsibilities. And so then I just negotiated with him how much of that they were going to take. They took a portion of that to pay for course lectures, but the rest was mine. And then you can decide how to do that teaching release, and I'd be happy to talk about my experience with putting in touch with other people. I've had them to think about how to do that, what makes most sense for your situation. But I think the other great thing about it is that Spencer funds things that are related to education, but don't necessarily have to be about teaching practice or classrooms. So it really considers education in a broad sense. And so you're in a cohort, I think they're awarding up to 25 now, in mine it was up to 20. And you're with economists of education, historians of education, anthropologists, political science. I mean, the people who focus on a classroom, there were 2 of us out of 20. But it's sort of an amazing network of people who think in really different ways about educational easy, so I found actually best part maybe was actually getting to meet and work with these other people who are in a similar stage, but think about things in really different ways. And then you also get really amazing mentorship as part of it, so, you know, the money to do your project, but then they bring you in for 2 meetings, formal meetings with your cohort, and bring in established scholars from across, again, a broad range of people who work in education, and you get paired with a mentor who is willing, it depends on, I think the relationships vary, but I had a really positive experience with mine, and she really helped me think about the shape my work was taking, and I continue to stay in touch with her, and yeah, I can't say enough about how supportive the whole program is. The proposal itself, I found I write slowly, but it also took me a really long time to craft it because it is 10 pages double-spaced, so you've got to get it really tight, and it has to be really for a generalist audience because people across those range of disciplines are reading and responding, and so that I felt like getting as many people who are not in your field to read it was super, super valuable, but I'd be happy to share my proposal, and I'm sure other people would be too. So, that's Spencer.
Hi, folks. So I thought about funding in terms of different pieces because I wanted to think about how different sources could be complementary, and so I'm happy to talk about how to piece things together. Maybe, I'm sure many of you already have some experience here about that, but if that's helpful for you. So the way that I wrote my grants for the RRF and the Spencer small grant, the New Civics, was that I was able to section them off so that I could have both of them, so they weren't competing, or if I got one, you know, that it wouldn't be double dipping, was that I carved out the RRF funds, and I applied for that first, for data collection. And then I segmented out the Spencer for analysis. And that was one way where I could justify and really think about the different stages. And we all know how hard it is to support analysis. Like, you can really articulate the case for why the study is needed, but actually having funds for analysis is so important to really maximize the impact of the work. One thing that I found extremely terrific about the RRF is that you get feedback. And so I was doing an election year study. This was in 2012, which is like shockingly now. 2012, and so probably like a year and a half before the elections, I looked at when the cycles were for RRF, and I applied before the absolute limit, because I think they review twice a year, is that still true?
Yes.
And so I counted on not being able to get the RRF the first time around, because I figured, well, this is my first time writing this proposal. And I counted on the fact that I knew I would get feedback to improve it, because then the great thing about RRF is you can resubmit. You can resubmit, and then you have the benefit of the comments. And so that's what made it really attractive to me. So I just had planned ahead of time, like, okay, I know I'm gonna need the funds here to carry out this work. I'm gonna apply before I really need to. But the beautiful thing was the funding came through in the first try. It was really helpful to get a variety of readers. The other thing I would definitely emphasize is that sometimes when we get grants, we're extending into an area that's new for us, but is very familiar to other people. And so in the process of asking senior scholars to read the work who had more experience in the area that I was going into, it was so important to hear what their comments were. And so what I also want to highlight is not just how valuable the money is itself, but the process of engaging in conversations. And I'm thinking about some of the conversations I was able to have with Walter Parker, when he would sit down, and at the time he had very limited time, and so we actually did a read aloud, where I sat down with him over like coffee or lunch or something, and I literally handed him the proposal, and I got to hear his thoughts as he read my proposal. That way it wasn't as onerous of a task for him, but I I got to hear what he was thinking, and like, how come you're not citing so-and-so? I would expect to see this citation here, or something like that, or, oh, that's really interesting, and you see sort of, you hear where they get excited or what that is, so I would recommend that. The Spencer Small Grant was fantastic to get, even though it's small, they are hard to get, but you still get introduced to Spencer Network, which is great, and the thing that I've been told is that once you get a Spencer grant, they encourage people who've gotten Spencer grants to reapply. So I'm happy to talk or serve as a resource for those, and I'm really glad that there's a source like RRF, which is designed for you to be able to do something maybe on a pilot scale, or do something and then go after other funding. And I'm just glad that this source exists where you can get feedback. So that's my big plug there.
Mark, you want to give us an overview of large grants that you've gotten?
Yeah, I'll try to say something that's meaningful, because I don't know if I don't know what to say.
Maybe think about how to move from smaller grants to thinking about your first large grant.
Yeah, so, I have thought about it, so I have something to say. So, when you think about large grants, my first bit of advice is, you should be writing. Okay? Almost every day, you should be writing. Okay, you get the message? Now let me talk about the large grant. So, the difference between a large grant and a small grant is not an amount of money. It is the amount of work you commit to when you get the funds and everything is approved. So here's what I mean. If there's some arbitrary number like, let's say, and large and small is relative to everybody here. So for some people here, 200K is a large grant. For others, it's quite small. For the kinds of work that you want to do, we need to honor everybody's sense of large and small, because some people can do miracles with royalty research and small Spencer grants. They do miracles with that. And other people really require, NSF or NIH size funding in the millions. But not necessarily assistant professors don't need these enormous grants. So the difference between a small and a big grant, in my mind, is that a small grant is just enough for you plus like one other person to have your time bought out in an RA, or you and a postdoc to do some concentrated work over 2 or 3 years. Buys you out of a course, buys you maybe some summer salary, pays for the RA, and some materials. Otherwise, you're doing work that's very focused, very concentrated. Then a large grant is some arbitrary threshold where you now become a manager of people as part of what's required in this grant. You now have like a team, rather than, and a team is just you plus maybe 2 other people. That actually is a team, rather than a kind of one-on-one relationship with a research assistant. You now, with a grant like that, you might be managing a team, you might be doing more extended programmatic work out in the field somewhere. Like, you're not only trying to do research, you're also trying to get something instantiated in a school or a community. That's programmatic work. Layered on top of that is the research work. You have budgets, you have reporting duties, and so it can take over your life. A large grant can take over your life if you are the PI. Some of you could tolerate being the PI. It's almost like a disease. Some of you could tolerate being the PI in large grants, but I worry that it can take over your life. I've had large grants, and they become nearly everything that I think about over the course of 3 years, if I'm the PI. If I'm the co-PI, it's way easier. I have access to funds and research setting, but if I'm co-PI, things are much easier, and you don't get what the Buddhists call monkey mind. You all know what monkey mind probably is. You just can't focus on anything. So I'm on something like 14 advisory committees for large grants around the country, like from UCLA to Harvard, those are the next 2 places I'm going the next month. And none of the PIs are assistant professors. They have assistant professors on the team, but none of them are PIs. I also have some of my former graduates who are in some very good schools of ed, and I'm concerned about them because they have like 3 grants. They have Spencer, NS, and 2 NSF grants. They're PIs on 2 of these, 2 out of the 3, and they cannot write, they don't have the time to write. I'm concerned about it. So, just a note of caution, I guess, about being the PI of a large grant. Some of you are already apprenticed in understanding what it means to be part of a grant. Others of you have not been part of a large grant before. You haven't been apprenticed into that, so that makes it doubly hard to just like dive off the high board and being a PI. Super big grant.
Mark, you're making my job next year as Associate Dean for Research a little hard there.
Let me add 2 footnotes to what Mark just said. One footnote, number 1, is being a co-PI is a great thing to do, so team up. Look for colleagues, especially a senior colleague who's gonna go in with it with you, so there's somebody else to kind of carry the load, or carry those parts of the load that are really not in your expertise base, and to give some flexibility, because working on a larger team can be a very stimulating thing to do, but it does have everything that collectively, everything Mark was pointing to applies there. The other thing is something that Linda Darling Hammond said to me one time a while ago. It doesn't take much more to write a $400,000 grant than a $40,000 grant. It's almost the same amount of thinking, almost the same amount of words. So if you aspire to accumulating a few more resources for your work and some of these responsibilities, it's not necessarily that much harder at the proposal stage, but be careful what you wish for at whatever point you do it. You might want to do it late in the assistant professor cycle as you're beginning to get close to moving on into the next cycle. That might be a wonderful time to get a $400,000 or $4 million or who knows what grant, bigger grant.
Okay, we're gonna continue talking about grant stuff, but I wanna push us on because we're now like 13 minutes behind. So turn it over to Louise, and if people have questions or comments, please jump in.
I'm going to pass around 2 different handouts. One has to do with the resources and process for applying for a grant proposal, and the other has to do with human subjects, which is often related to applying for a grant. And a couple things. It's interesting what Mark said about being a PI, and he's right, of course, that the management of the grant is huge. And the difference between being a PI and being a co-PI or some other collaborator on a grant is the difference between having it take over your life or just having it be, another thing you're doing. The good news for all of you folks in the College of Education is that we have a lot of resources, staff to help with all of the management stuff. Not the research or the writing itself, obviously, but all the processes and the paperwork and all this stuff that goes along with having a grant. So first of all, I've actually worked with everybody in this room except for you, and I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Ani.
Ani, hi.
Hi.
I'm Louise, nice to meet you.
you.
So it's interesting that this is sort of an orientation, and yet almost everybody here has actually applied for a grant or something. So we're going to kind of go backwards a little bit to make sure that it's clear that there is a process and who is here to help with the process and what are the really important things to know about it. So I am in what we call the Office of Research Support here in the College of Education, and well, the number of personnel in the office varies from 1 to 3, but at the moment there are 2 of us. Myself, I'm the manager of the pre-award grant process, and Naomi Wilson, who's not here right now, is works with me. She helps me with proposal preparation, and she is the primary person for IRB applications. So Naomi is the person who prepared that document on human subjects, and she's the go-to person for all things IRB in the college. So when I said we have resources here in the college, your colleagues in other colleges don't necessarily have the kind of resources that we have here to assist you with preparing grant proposals and getting them through the internal approval processes and getting them submitted to sponsors. So that's a big plus for you. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that's not something you have everywhere. But it's important, obviously, because it takes a lot of time and there's a lot of important stuff to know, and you know, how can you know all that and do your research too. So a grant has a life cycle, right? You think about applying for a grant, you think about what it is you want to do, you look for a source of funding, you apply for the grant, you receive the grant, you work through the grant, you close the grant. It's a nice circle. Sometimes it repeats itself. So in the circle, once you've kind of decided that you're going to apply for a grant, I hope if there's only one thing you remember after today, it's that you should call me the minute you think you're going to do it. It's never too early, never ever too early. It can be too late, but it's never too early. So what we do in the Office of Research Support is talk to you first, hopefully sit down and talk to you, that would be ideal. We talk to you about what you're planning to do. I read through the RFP, the request for proposals, the sponsor guidelines, because there are all kinds of instructions in there that we have to follow, or else we won't be able to get our proposal submitted or approved. I work with the PI and PI's collaborators to develop a budget, which, you know, for me is the first thing I think about when we do a proposal. We'll talk a little bit more about budget in a minute. I communicate with the sponsors sometimes, or your collaborators at other departments or other institutions, to talk about certain kinds of requirements or compliance questions, talk to people about what they need to do, how they need to work with us if they're outside the university. I assemble the application components and get them together so that they can be submitted to the UW's Office of Sponsored Programs, which I'll talk about in a moment. Office of Sponsored Programs is OSP, and they must review all proposals to external sponsors before funding can be received here. And I work with OSP to address any questions that come up during the review process and, you know, before we actually get the proposal out the door submitted to the sponsor. So that's basically what we do in the pre-award Office of Research Support. So as I said, when you have just the glimmer of a thought that you're going to apply for a grant, just give me a call, send me an email, and I'll let you know what to think about first. I have a form called the Proposal Intake Form that asks some questions that I need to have answered before we can have a proposal developed, and it's on our website. I have some links at the end of that handout, but if you tell me, I'll send you the form. You don't even have to go and look for it yourself. So the Office of Sponsored Programs, it's a central university office that is responsible for making sure that all proposals that are submitted to external funding sources meet all the compliance regulations of the university and the sponsor and the federal government. University of Washington receives billions of dollars in grants, and the Office of Sponsored Programs is a very busy place. But again, having one point of contact here in the college, which is our office, usually me, means it's easier for OSP to work with us and help us. So they don't have to think about thousands of proposals, they just have to think about ours. We have one particular administrator who works with us. So she kind of knows the sort of things that we do. So they review the proposals before the proposals are submitted to the sponsor. OSP is also the only authorized signatory for the University of Washington for grants and contracts. If a grant is awarded to the university, no individual in the college or anywhere else except OSP has the authority to sign, to sign that grant or contract. Only OSP has that authority. And again, as we work together, we can talk about what exactly that means. But I think it's just important because it's not obvious to everyone that if a sponsor sends you a form and says, oh, here's your grant, will you sign this and return it to me? Well, maybe you will, because it seems like a reasonable thing to do, but you're not authorized to do that because the grant's not awarded to you individually, it's awarded to the university. Also, OSP is responsible for submitting submitting proposals electronically to certain sources, usually federal sources, especially NIH, NSF, Department of Education, IES. They all submit proposals now electronically via a system. Most of them are grants.gov, maybe it's familiar to some of you. NSF has a system called FastLane. They're electronic systems, and we individuals do not have the capability, we're not authorized to submit to the sponsor. We have to go to OSP, and then OSP pushes the button to submit the proposal to the sponsor. We provide the proposal, they submit it. And the reason that's important to know is because, well, it just means that OSP is busy, you know, as I said, reviewing, but now also submitting proposals. Things that we used to submit in hard copy in big giant boxes are now submitted electronically. So that's a good thing. But it means that we have to prepare a little farther in advance now. So we'll talk about deadlines in a minute. There's a form, you'll hear me talk about it constantly when we work on a grant proposal. It's called an EGC1 form. E means electronic because it used to be hard copy. GC is granted contract. It's a form that contains a series of questions that have to do with compliance issues, human subjects, indirect cost rates, various things. Every proposal that's submitted to an external sponsor goes to OSP for review and must be accompanied by this EGC1 form. I complete it using information that I get from you, and that's what that proposal intake form, you know, teases out. So again, I'm talking fast because I know we're behind, and I gave you a handout that has the most critical information, and as I said, the most important part is that it has my phone number and my email, so you can call me and ask me anything.
And literally, anything.
Anything. I won't necessarily have an answer, but deadlines. When you're submitting a grant proposal, you probably already just assume that there's a deadline usually, and that's true. But whatever the sponsor deadline is not really the deadline that we should focus on. So the proposal obviously has to be submitted to the sponsor by the sponsor's deadline, but it has to be received by OSP before that, or else they won't review it and they won't approve it and they won't sign off on it and you won't be able to submit it. That's not negotiable, really. They mean it. It wasn't always true, and so people who've been around a long time, you know, sometimes have a hard time accepting that that's true now, but it is. And, you know, we don't like to learn the hard way, but sometimes that's what happens. So just keep in mind that whatever your sponsor deadline is, 3 working days, 3 business days before that is the OSP final deadline. So by 5 p.m. on whatever that day is, 3 days before the sponsor deadline, that's really the deadline. What that means is, by that time, we have to have our proposal thoroughly completed, ready to submit to the sponsor. And that is, I will send it to OSP marked as ready to submit, and if I do that before 5 p.m., then they are obligated to review it and submit it to the sponsor. If we don't, they won't. That's a hard deadline. There's a soft deadline. So OSP, and I have a link to this, and I do encourage you to actually just go and read OSP's language, so you'll understand maybe the reasoning behind this. So the 3-day deadline, hard deadline. 7 working days before the sponsor deadline is a soft OSP deadline, so it's ideal if by that time or earlier, we send OSP the proposal that's reasonably complete so that they're able to begin their review process. We have to have the budget finalized by that time, but the proposal narrative can be in draft form. So 7 days, you can kind of think of it as the draft proposal, 3 days, final, ready to submit. And again, at the end of that handout I gave you, there are links to the policies, and when you're in the mood, you can take a look and see OSP's language. But that's really, it's the most important thing, I guess, is knowing that if you don't meet the deadline, no matter how much work you put into the proposal, it won't make it to the sponsor and it won't get funded. So nobody wants to see that happen.
can I say something quickly about
Yes.
this? That's amazing. So, in writing my first grant, that required a budget, I didn't know what to budget for or how to think about it. And I was actually under the full amount you could ask for, and Louise was gracious enough to sit with me and say, well, first of all, let's ask for all of the money that you could potentially get. I said, oh, what might I do with the money? She says, well, here are some things that people think about in terms of expenses. I just hadn't really thought through that, and that was just super useful. To have somebody walk through what I might ask for and what might make my work easier and help me get it done. So I really appreciated that. So if, like me, you're not accustomed to writing budgets or thinking about that stuff, it was really helpful.
Thanks, Heather, that's good to know. And it's true that often when folks come to me and they say, you know, they're going to write a grant proposal, they present the idea to me, you know, conceptually. You know, they think about it as research or as a project. They don't think about it as line items on a budget. But that's, you know, that's our collaboration. You know, you tell me that, and then I translate it into figures on a budget spreadsheet. So you're not alone, Heather. That's true, and it's not how researchers think necessarily. So that's why we're here. So I'm glad to know that was the case for you. So yes, budget. There are many things to say about budget, and we will talk about it when the time comes. I guess a few things to know are that somebody mentioned overhead. Oh yeah, Kara mentioned overhead. Well, the university, and you probably all know this, but I'll just say it because it's important. This university, like every other research university and most other universities, has a negotiated indirect cost rate. Indirect costs, you'll hear it referred to as F&A, which stands for facilities and administrative costs. And that's just what it sounds like. If you get a grant, you're going to do your research, but there are certain expenses that are required for you to be able to carry out that work, right? You sit in this building, you have electricity, you have heat, you know, you've got your computers, you've got us, the support staff who work with you. Those are all facilities and administrative costs that the university bears. So when we submit a grant proposal, you think in terms of, you know, what's the money I need? Whom do I have to pay salary to? What kind of supplies do I have to get? You know, the research assistant needs to be paid and get tuition. Yes, correct. Those are all direct costs to your budget. But the indirect costs always have to be considered. I won't talk too much about it, but I will say that the university has a negotiated indirect cost rate. It's negotiated between the university and the federal government. The agency in our case is the Department of Health and Human Services, because that's the agency from which we receive the bulk of our federal funding. That negotiated rate is the one we are required to use. We're required to use unless the sponsor has a policy, a documented written policy that limits the indirect cost rate. So, again, just simple things to remember. Indirect costs, yes, necessary. Always at the institutional negotiated rate, yes, unless there's a written policy. And again, when the time comes, we can talk some more about exceptions and what that means. But I put on the back of that handout a link to a video, and believe it or not, it's really interesting, and it's about F&A rates. The university, I forget if it's Idaho, some university, produced this very interesting video about the origin of indirect cost rates, and you know why they came about and what they're for and why they're important. So no kidding, I encourage you to spend a few minutes watching the video. So indirect costs, very important.
One quick thing.
Yes.
Realize that the federal government groups are broadening the direct costs that you can allocate. So it used to be almost impossible to get secretarial support written into the grant. Now you can. And there are ways to write your grant. If needed, there are ways to write to get that. So I just wanted to make that point. That one of the things that I see in grants is people fail to recognize the value of a project director or a half-time project director or other administrative assistants. And so I just want to encourage people to think about those as they're doing that, but especially since the federal government is opening up just a little bit the possibilities for more secretarial and other kinds of classified staff support. Sorry.
That's true. No, that's a very good point, Bob. In fact, that was the next point
Oh,
on
sorry.
my sheet.
Okay, good.
Is allowable costs. You can't just ask for anything you want. I mean, it has to be reasonable, allocable, allowable, and consistent. So those things, again, you'll find them all in the policy statements there. But what Bob mentioned is pretty new. There's something called uniform guidance that the federal government has just come out with recently, and it does revise a lot of these policies about what is allowable to charge on a federal grant. When we talk about foundation grants, the rules can be more flexible because, the foundations are private, obviously, and some of them still have to, meet certain compliance issues, but we're mainly talking about federal grants when we talk about this. Indirect costs, as I was saying, facilities and administrative, the salaries of certain people, administrative support positions in the college are paid from indirect costs. And so if that's the case, that's why you haven't in the past been able to charge administrative support salaries as a direct cost on your grant. As Bob said, this has changed very recently. So this is very, very new, and universities still kind of getting used to it. But this uniform guidance is a really, really important document to look at when we think about a grant proposal and whether we can charge administrative support costs. Because you will find out, as Mark was alluding to earlier, how much work there is involved in managing this, and staff are a big part of that work. So we will certainly want to talk more about it, when you're applying for grants. And as I said, call me if you have questions.
That's great, and you might, if you're gonna talk about this in a second, you can tell me to wait. But I'm interested in what's the benefit of writing a grant through what's the right word, through a center versus on my own as a junior faculty.
Well, it depends what you mean by center.
Like Meredith's district center is what I'm particularly thinking about, but maybe through the learning site, like through Phil's,
It's a good question, and it's way more complicated, I think, than we probably have time to discuss now, but we should talk about it. I'm not even sure what I can say briefly.
And I think what I would say briefly is that I think in theory and in practice, all the grants are managed equally, so we have intentionally, set it up so that there isn't a particular advantage other than, collaboration with each other and perhaps space, which is, sometimes the most precious resource of all. But in terms of different policies or ways, funding, we are pretty good, I think, about consistently applying the support to centers. So, for example, equal application of the indirect costs policy rate, so we wouldn't put ourselves in a position of, sort of steering faculty to go to one center because they get a better deal. That's what.
One other consideration for sure has to do with how your proposal will be seen by the people you're proposing to, and proposing it through a center that has a label and a name and some visible presence for whatever area you're proposing on. That's a good thing. And so think also about the far end. On this end, what Roberta described, you'll get good support probably either way.
But it's complicated, so we should pursue it further. Anybody else who thinks?
Yeah, to the degree the center has an infrastructure and there has faculty, because they've been in the business longer, bigger reputations, then you often can write them in for a small portion of, their salary and have them as a key investigator, for example, and therefore the reviewers will see that as an important component of, because most of the institutes, they're making a judgment about the quality of the people proposing and carrying it out. So sometimes you can more immediately get that kind of collaboration going.
So, yes, that's a good question, a big question, difficult question to address, simply because there are a lot of considerations. I mean, the ones that Bob and Mike mentioned, but also, administrative things too. So let's just talk some more about that. And anybody else who's interested in that question as well. Again, budget is just something we could talk about. So I won't go into too much anymore, except to say, as I've already said repeatedly, call me and let me know what you're thinking, and then we'll talk about everything we need to talk about. I guess the main thing, again, besides F&A costs, is that, the money's coming to the university. It's not coming to you as an individual. So if you are the PI on the grant, you have a responsibility. You have a real responsibility to make sure that the money is being spent in the way that you said it was going to be spent and that the sponsor agreed to have it spent. So you really need to think about, you don't need to know everything, but you need to know the questions to ask and the important things to consider as a PI. So, the last thing, no, not the last thing, almost the last thing on my sheet is human subjects. Okay, so I think just about everybody in this room has had some involvement with the Human Subjects Division here at the university. If you're doing research with human subjects, whether it's funded or not, it doesn't have to be funded research. Lots of us do unfunded research. If it's research involving human subjects, and there's a very specific definition for what that means, you must receive approval from the university's institutional review board. We use the terms Human Subjects Division and IRB interchangeably. Sometimes the institutional review board is the actual body that reviews the applications. Human Subjects Division is the university office where IRB is housed. As I said, Naomi is the contact for IRB applications for anybody submitting through College of Education. She prepared that handout. We have information on our website, and Naomi also is always open to questions, phone calls, and emails. Human subjects applications can be very confusing and have a lot of nuance, and so discussion is essential. And Naomi has had quite a bit of experience, and she works well with our contact in Human Subjects Division, so if there's anything that's tricky, she can assist with that. So just, again, consider if you're doing quote-unquote research, and know what that means according to the Human Subjects Division. If you're doing research with human subjects, then spend time looking at that Human Subjects Division website, because it's got a ton of information. There are forms that you must use. There are updated forms that you must use. You must always use the current version. I mean, they're constantly updating their policies there, so you gotta stay on top of it. But Naomi's here to help with that.
And within the next year, all of that's gonna be electronic.
Keep your fingers crossed. I've heard it before.
Well, they generate something like 1,000 tons a year of paper.
It's crazy. Yeah, everything's submitted in hard copy right now. Everything.
Can I add a quick footnote? If you do qualitative research, we are accumulating quite a bit of wisdom in this college these days about how the IRB views qualitative research, and it views currently much of what we do as qualitative scholars is not regulated research. And so it doesn't actually require going through, but though you probably will want to submit applications anyway. Joy Williamson is convening a group of qualitative methods teaching faculty in the building, and that group is going to be a repository of much of this. I've accumulated quite a bit of it in the call method sequence that I teach, and we've got some advice put together which you might want to look at. But the short of it is, nowadays, a lot of stuff that we do is not conceived to be, from their point of view, a contribution to generalizable knowledge. And because it's not conceived as that, as they define contribution to generalizable knowledge, it probably does not need IRB review. So just put that, it's a complicated moving target.
It is. Should put that on our tenure file. We are not contributing.
Yeah, no, that's a touchy subject, but in some ways it makes your life easier, but you have to know. But Mike is absolutely right, that Human Subjects Division and their attitudes about things has really been evolving a lot. And when I first started here and I was handling the IRB applications, it was obvious to me right away that everything, all the forms and all the regulations were based on the assumption that people were doing biomedical research. Because at the University of Washington, that is the majority of research, and that's where most of the money goes to here. But in the College of Education, that's far from the truth, obviously. So over the years, thanks in part to, a lot of the work that Mike has done in the Call Methods class and our work with the folks at Human Subjects, we've actually helped them understand, and Deb McCutcheon sat on the IRB review board for years. We've actually helped them understand that, there is a different kind of research going on here at the university. There's a different kind of work, and they have to look at it in a different way. So things have really changed. People who've been here a long time have seen a lot of those changes. And it's, I think, mostly to our advantage. Training. If you're going to be a PI on a grant, you are required to attend faculty grants management training. The Office of Research at the University, Central Office of Research at the University holds this training, and you are in fact required. Not everybody seems to know this, and I don't know what kind of reminder systems they have in place to do this. I think what happens, you don't have to do it before you submit a grant proposal, as we well know in the University of Washington College of Education. But if you actually receive a grant, you're a PI, at some point you're going to receive a reminder from the Office of Research saying, hey, did you do your grants management training yet? And if you haven't, you're going to have to. I'll say that consequences are not very dire. Unless you absolutely refuse to do it, but it's something that's required. So please take a look at the link that I have to training on this, because it's a nifty little tool where you can go and kind of check the kinds of work that you're involved in. Does it involve human subjects? What is the sponsor? And it'll tell you what training is required. There's not much required except for that faculty grants management training, but if you have an NIH grant, there's further training that's required for human subjects and other things. So take a look at the training link there and see for yourself what's required of you. And again, if you have questions, let me know.
I just went to my, checkup for that.
Your
It's
checkup.
like, you go to the UW Tower, I do that rather than doing it online, go to
Yeah.
UW Tower, it's like 2 hours of death by PowerPoint.
The thing is, it's at a really high level. It's talking about administrative stuff that, again, especially because we have staff here who deal with this stuff, you may not find at all useful. It's important, I guess, to hear it once and just to know, oh yeah, that is a real university policy, not something that we just made up here. But I agree, it's not terribly useful in practical terms. That's what we're here for. But you still have to do it. Okay, so that was a real whirlwind tour of the pre-award process. And as I said, it doesn't cover even a fraction of it, but it's the essential stuff. And I hope, helpful links for you to get information. So, in that happy event that once you submitted your proposal, it's funded, what happens then? Well, yes, you get to spend the money, but first there are a few, housekeeping things that have to be taken care of. So, I'm going to hand it over to Rebecca now to talk about post-award, and I'll just say that if you've submitted a proposal and you're waiting to hear about whether or not it's been funded, you may receive a notification directly from the sponsor. If you do, let me know right away, because OSP is the first office that needs to know that your grant has been funded. OSP needs to know because they initiate the post-award process, setting up your budget, working with grant and contract accounting. So you get good news about your grant, let me know, and then we'll tell you what needs to happen next. So Roberta's going to talk about post-award.
So recognizing a little catch-up time that we need to do here, I will go through this quickly. Of course, stop me if you have questions. I will also try to avoid every guess by PowerPoint or Word document. What I'm hoping that this document does, as Louise said with her information, is just let you know that there are terms that we use frequently. There are people here who understand what those terms mean, that there is a team on the post-award side to assist in this as well. And also, we have a really close connection Our work is really tied, so it's that cycle of work that sometimes goes round and round, and we're really working hard to clarify that space. It's kind of a baton handoff between the pre-award and the post-award. So, this document, I thought I would start by saying what I think everyone is most interested in, because that's good practice to catch someone's attention. You get the award, when can you start spending the money? When can you start hiring people? When can you begin the work? And there are lots of things that need to happen when you get that award. And in fact, sometimes there are things, depending on the grant, that need to happen even before you get the award. So if you are expected to hit the ground running, we've talked a lot about if you have 95% funding certainty, then let us know, and that's the time when we can start pulling people together to really talk about what your needs are, whether it's a large grant where we need to talk about leasing space and hiring 25 people, or if it's, small grants off perspective, but a small grant that you have concerns about getting started right away, let us know. I think the key to a lot of this, as we said before, is really communication. And so we need information from the PIs to do our jobs well, and we also need to provide the information. So it really is a shared team effort to get these grant awards and to get them processed and managed and closed and juggle even more awards coming in. So to answer the specific question, when can you begin to spend the money? When can you actually get your hands on it? As Louise mentioned, the award is usually, often the PI is the first person to know. Sometimes it's OSP, but whatever the case is, again, reinforcing the fact that it's really important for you to let us know so we can kind of get that on our radar. So I think I already talked about the special circumstances. Sometimes the sponsor will allow you to spend in advance. So if there's a case where a sponsor will let you ask pre-award spending authority, that's something we can look at as well, again, to gear up and to get started on your work. The next thing that happens after OSP signs a contract and they have sort of a baton pass of their own, where they move that from their Office of Sponsored Research, which is the pre-award, to the post-award. And of course, it has an acronym we're named to the GCA. If you hear that, it's Grant and Contract Accounting. And they are the post-award office that manages grants on the campus. Just some really basic information, maybe you already know, but when we talk about grants around here, we always say, what's the budget number? So when you get an award, the Office of OSP assigns a 6-digit code that's really used to identify your project on every form, on everything you do. We're going to say, what's the budget number? And so that's type of budget numbers. It's just a way for us to both track the costs and spend the money. And we can actually give you, maybe you already automatically get access to an online system. The university is trying to creep toward a more modern financial system, so there's actually a web-based system. Have any of you looked at more financial desktop? Those of you have, what do you think of it?
I found it really helpful to see, I was able to actually spot some things that I needed to then go clear up. So
Okay, good.
I did find it useful to look at the way money had been spent.
Right,
What is it
great.
called?
My financial desktop.
And let me know, and I think all PIs have access to it, but let me know and I can go in and we can figure out how to give you access. I mean, I will qualify a little bit of the information is that it's not a very sophisticated accounting system we work in at the university because it doesn't know what you're planning to spend, and so it's kind of like your checkbook. You look at your bank statement and you're pretending you don't have any bills due. So often it's overstated, and what we do on the post-award side is all over campus, we do shadow bookkeeping to allocate and cover those expenses to make sure that we have everything accounted for. And so that's another example of where, working together, if you let us know what you're going to spend, then we can produce the reports. So, team effort. Let's see. So what I attached to the handout, and again, we don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but I I wanted to attach this org chart of the Dean's Office staff. And this is just part of the post-award staff here. But the message I want to send with this is there are lots of people, lots of good people here to help support the faculty and the students and the staff in the college. And in particular, if you look at this organizational chart on the left-hand side, calling out for those of you who will manage your grants through Miller Hall, there's a post-award grants manager, as well as a new position we hired, a fiscal specialist position that is there to do some administrative support for special projects. And so that's kind of a new position that came up as part of the faculty staff conversation about research support. We're just rolling that out, but I think that's a really good development. Okay, lunch and time. Let's see, what else? So the first thing, I think, another thing that's really important is that as soon as you get the award, to sit down with staff and to really review what your award is, what we need to do to set up personnel, get the payroll distributions right, making changes in the budget, to really formulate that initial plan when you sit down and say, I got the award, let me understand how you'd like to proceed, and we can help with that and guide that along the way. Often there are changes, rebudgeting, all kinds of things about, because of changing thoughts and also circumstances. There might be budgetary changes that you need to make.
Should we have a review?
With the financial manager assigned to your grant, and for right now, you can let me know if you want to have that meeting. We're still, part of what the chart shows is that we have some vacancies in our positions, partly because of this review we went through, and we identified some staffing needs to better support the faculty because of the growth in the college. So you can let me know, and then I can tell you who your contact is. We have now 6 financial managers in the college, 1 in Miller Hall, and then 5 out in our various units. So, the small college of education that we used to be, we are absolutely no longer, and we are not doing anything but growing. So if you let me know, I'll connect you with someone. Okay. Let's see. I also attached, just for your information, it's a revised document, as far as I know, that references some of the changes that Bob and Louise talked about with the role that OSP has assigned to PI, and sometimes it's a good thing to take a quick look at that, not to scare anyone or to make you think, oh my gosh, why did I apply for this grant? But at the same time, I think the roles are pretty clearly identified there in terms of responsibilities. And again, we are here to help and provide what we know, and obviously, we are there for you to also provide counsel if you have a question about whether something is allowable. So that's GIM 2. Anything else you want to say about that?
Oh, no.
Okay. Okay. And the last attachment that I have on this sheet is a printout that just shows all the things that happen in grant and contract accounting. So again, the post-award version of OSP. And believe it or not, there are classes in every single one of these bullet points, the staff sign up. This is a whole field of work. And there are lots of complexities here that we understand, or we certainly will find someone, get more information if you don't understand. But the things that PI doesn't need to do are listed here. You don't have to think about invoicing. We do need, for input on reporting and so forth. But all of these underlying bullets mean something. And so, again, I don't want to go into all that now, but just to give you an idea of the breadth of this process. Okay, and then after we sit down, figure out what you want to do, make changes, get it going, then another very important thing is to keep in communication. We are working very hard to provide monthly budget reports, which again is something that we have focused our efforts on getting the staff in place to do that. And so having budget reports, and also that's the point where we're asking you for feedback. What did we miss here? What do we may not have costs that you're going to spend, so we can really do accurate budget reporting. So we can carefully plan the spend down of your budget. What we none of us want to do is have a big balance and think, oh my gosh, and all of a sudden we're at the end of a grant, we're like processing transfers. That's not very good form, and there are a lot of issues that could crop up when we do things like that. So for your own information and wise management of your award, those reports and that communication is really vital. Okay, and then I guess we'll just scoot on down to the end, which is that there are possibilities for carrying money forward. Again, the sooner you realize that you're not going to be able to spend out your grant funds, sponsors often allow you a no-cost extension. But again, I think sponsors will most of the time ask, how do you plan to use these funds? So understanding it from your research point of view, explaining to the sponsor what you would do productively. Once in a while, there's a sponsor policy that allows an automatic extension, but that is not as frequent. Okay. Maybe I caught us up a little bit. Anybody?
I think it's confusing. If you're tenure track and you pay part of your salary during the academic year from your grant, you've created a salary savings for the college, because the college didn't have to pay that part of your salary from the state budget. Did you talk about this one?
No, I put it on my form though, so I'm glad you brought it up.
Okay, so you've saved the college some money. The current policy of the dean of the college is that savings is split into two parts. 50% is kept by the dean for use to support other research projects and so on, or other infrastructure, and 50% goes to you as the recovery, the faculty recovery account, which you have the decision-making power to spend for legitimate purposes. So if you want to buy yourself out of a class, basically you need to generate $10,000 in salary savings so that the dean has access to $5,000 and you have access to $5,000, and that's what the Bitcoin is for basically buying yourself out of a class. Okay, faculty recovery account. It applies to faculty who are on state-funded salaries during that period. Sorry.
I'm a little confused about what we can do with that money.
All, as far as I'm concerned, it's all state allowable expenditures. More travel, more professional society dues, hire a graduate student.
Hourly.
Hourly.
So often the way I say it too, although hiring hourly is fun, basically anything that's fun, alcohol, gifts, the things that require discretionary gift budget, but anything else that's allowable on the state budget is allowable. And as Louise mentioned, with the pre-award support, not all colleges have have pre-award support as in Louise's office. There isn't a college that I know of on campus that provides this return to their faculty. And so whenever I mention this to any of my colleagues, I don't, because a lot of colleges really depend on the full amount of that of the salary savings to run the college. So it's really a pretty, I would say, dearly held value.
I mean, it's an incentive to try, obviously, to try and help, if you need the time to buy away the time to do your work, the research part of your work, then it's saying you have access to making decisions about half of that. And so I've often supported another graduate student.
It's a very cost-effective way to do
It is a very cost-effective way, because actually because it's state money, do I say this, Roberta?
Okay.
Because it's state money, you only have to pay for the salary.
And the benefits.
And the benefits, but no, the tuition comes from a tuition waiver that we're able to get from the graduate school because you're using state money to pay for the student. That's how it differs from using your research grant money to pay for a student.
I didn't know that. So you can hire them to just pay their salary and.
Well,
and
on this specialized recovery.
If it's recovery funds?
Yeah.
Wow.
But not, yeah, it's a good deal if you can do it with.
Well, but you have to generate that salary to do that, yeah.
And enough for benefits.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that a little bit more in the grad student hiring discussion in a few minutes down the road. So I have a handout on that too.
Can I ask a question about startup funds?
So does that budget, who do we go to help us, like, it used to be, I think, Kit would send out from, like, a monthly report of that or whatever, is there a person we go to for that now, or?
Since Kit left, we are filling that position.
Okay.
I kind of hate to keep saying this, but for now, send it to me and I'll
Okay.
be juggling staff to get
Okay.
those reports done. We do have the job posted, we can get someone really good soon.
Okay, so I hate to move us on, but we do have people that also have hard stop deadlines that are coming up later in the agenda. So, Mike, do you wanna say like 5 minutes?
I want to say 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute about
Because I think other
mentoring.
things are important.
Great.
If you get to the point of having a research assistant or a research assistant team, then you're in the position, as Mark was mentioning before, of managing their support and managing them as a colleague in the support, in the sort of pursuit of getting whatever the grant is all about. And there's lots to this. A small group of assistant professor faculty and I and Mark and a few others sat together a couple times to discuss how you might manage it and what's involved in that set of relationships. And there's some wisdom we can share, so I would encourage you to talk to them. I'll just give you 1 or 2 one-liners. First of all, it's wonderful if you get to that point. That's just great, because that is part of what we do. You now have an additional colleague. We urge you to think of the RA as a colleague, a junior colleague, but a colleague in the full sense of the word, and treat them that way from the very beginning. And so with some kind of regular meeting and interaction around all aspects of the research, they become socialized into the work that we do, and we'll learn fast. And so there's all kinds of techniques and clues we can give you about how to help that happen, but I think now is probably not the time to do that, and you have other things that you probably really need to do. But Annie Shimaru, Daphne DeBach, Katie are all good resources on this, having been involved in those conversations. Mark Winchell was also involved. He will not be around after June 30th, so I'm not involved beyond that point, but I'm happy to talk to anybody before that. So,
Thanks so much. So writing group, I was never gonna talk for 25 minutes about writing group. I think everybody's been invited to junior faculty writing group, maybe with the exception of Ani, so we'll get you looped in. It's generally, we meet once a week, people share their writing, get feedback. It's tended to be a really productive space. If we have enough people, we sometimes can break up into 2 groups, so I will get you circled into that email, and then I think that it would make sense to take 2 minutes to grab lunch, and then we'll switch over to the teaching part of this presentation.
Hi, good, how are you doing? What's outstanding? In your class? Yes,
Great.
That's good.
I thought you might see it. I kind of wanted to hear the CCG.
Okay, and then the other. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad. How are you doing? Okay. Everybody else?
Special events like. Which one were you?
I did.
I did the teaching one year, like.
Hey, how are you
Yes. I've worked on that project for 2 years.
It's everything.
Yeah.
Then all I have to do is like hit show or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the.
It's still here.
Is it? Yeah. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
So we still waiting for info, right? I think, yeah, I think so.
Okay,
I think
that's
so.
That's fine. I mean, it's great. It's like the luxury of not having to hurry.
I know, that's pretty cool. But yeah, I feel
Gonna
like.
let all the officially new people who've been here for a meeting, and I'm still new, I definitely do it.
Well, let me know. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
I'm so glad you didn't say September, because if I hadn't mentioned these, the dates were supposed to be. This is great, wonderful, you know?
This is CV.
Here?
Where are you? Not in college, but.
Oh, oh, where?
With, Andy himself and I.
Oh, yeah.
So, he's transition.
Oh, no kidding, okay, great.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
How'd you do that?
Yeah. So are you a PI or are you?
Yeah.
Where's PI? Okay, here we go, let's start over.
Well, you guys have
The way it works.
Are you gonna go?
I would like to.
file a blue form, or you a parent?
So,
Well,
but
you
next
point that
time
form.
around, next time around, but, and the thing is, I mean, what I'd like to say is that
So you do.
it's great to just get both done.
Yeah.
It means you get a lot of benefit.
Well, that goes into.
Well, you know, one of the,
the-
her name is
human
Tom
resources.
Yeah. It's very,
Well, I have actually.
yeah.
Because I, you
Yeah.
figure out multiple sites, but because of the Udemy.
Yeah.
You put each one, so I.
I've had to wear, okay, well, that's good, I learned everything I got.
Because you really have to generate twice, if you think about it, you have to generate twice the
So,
person's salary. In your salary
so
savings,
who,
do a graduate. So for example, if a graduate student costs
New people.
Yeah.
When I started at.
$8,000 a quarter for stipend and roughly.
Just you guys keep
So you
Can I
gotta
show some of my notes to you for this last year?
worth of salary savings in order to get $8,000 to spend on that.
So we had Merrick.
See what I'm saying?
yeah.
So if you can write them in the grant.
Actually, or, so, you know, we had this.
Where you, where the grant is.
Yeah. For grants for the PI and then it got so when we first had that, we were, you know, they were the co-PIs, so we were working, you know. with them.
Well, you have a startup, you have.
I didn't write it.
Separate out, separate out the startup. Faculty.
Yes, it's
come
fine.
on.
Yes,
I think I'm not.
So startup is totally different.
Yeah, yeah, I know. We do. Okay, yeah, I said, and then I can cut mine down to a short of it, or, I'm back.
$10,000 is the salary. So you have
Okay, you should go, 'cause I'm gonna hang for a little bit.
$5,000.
Years and years. But, yeah, no, it's a good one. Okay, you need a bigger one.
Unless they change. Well, in fact, the number of charges.
Yeah, I know.
So that's 5,000.
So in an effort to only stay 10 minutes behind schedule, and give us some time with the last two presentations, we're going to turn it over to Joy and Holly to talk about teaching excellence.
And so this is actually good fodder for you just kind of still getting food and, or sitting and eating. This, I just figured I would start with this. I show this to my classes, people who are teachers, always get a kick out of it. I'll just read it for those of you who are still getting your food. Why teachers weep. It says, then Jesus took his disciples up on the mountain and gathered them around him, and he taught them, saying, blessed are the poor in spirit, blessed are the meek, blessed are the merciful, those of you who thirst for justice, those of you who are persecuted, those who suffer. When these things begin to happen, rejoice, for your reward will be great in heaven. And Simon Peter said, do we have to write this down? Philip said, will this be on the test? John said, would you repeat that? And Andrew said, John the Baptist's disciples don't have to learn this stuff. Matthew said, huh? Jesus said, what's this got to do with real life? I get that. And one of the Pharisees said, I don't see this on the syllabus. And then Thomas, who missed the sermon, came to Jesus privately and said, did we do anything important today? Jesus wept. And so I offer this in the spirit of teaching, is that you just kind of, you give it your best shot. Students are there for a variety of reasons. Sometimes your course is required, sometimes it's not. Sometimes that alters their orientation to the class and the content. But just to be open to these as a possibility and do your best. So I'm going to run through these very quickly. These are just some things that I could pull out when I was thinking about some valuable pieces of advice. I consider my syllabus a contract, so I put everything there. And I say on the first, and actually when I pass it out on the first day of class, I hold it hostage until I'm ready for them to look at it, because they will stop listening to you if you pass out the syllabus first thing. So I do everything I want to do. I actually say to them, I'm not going to give you the syllabus because you're going to stop listening to me, and you're going to start looking through it, looking for the assignments. So we're going to talk first, and then when I'm ready for you to see it, you'll see it. And then we're going to read it together. And I know all of you can read, because this is graduate school, but we're going to read it together. And that, because there are always questions about the syllabus. Good questions. So put everything on there, especially if you're going to be teaching undergrads. I learned this when I taught undergrads. Holly can speak more to the fact that you need to be incredibly explicit with them. Think about your learning goals first, like so when you're constructing a syllabus. Think about what it is you're trying to have students learn first, before you start thinking about your readings and assignments. The readings and assignments should be for a purpose, or else they're just there and they appear random. So think about your learning goals first, and then figure out how you want to achieve those, and how you want to help your students get to where you want them to go. Mix it up in class. Think of different ways to engage students. This is something we can learn from each other. Nobody wants to sit and listen for 50 minutes or an hour and a half or 2 hours, 20 minutes, 4 hours. So whether it's small groups, I've tried fish bowls. They sometimes work, sometimes don't. I've taught small classes and big classes. You just got to find a way to get students talking to different groups of students. Sometimes I think it's okay for students to be in the same group for certain things, and then other times you want to break them into new groups. And so think pedagogically. When is it smart to let students know each other for a series of weeks, like so they meet in that group for the first half of the quarter, or maybe the whole quarter? But when is it more important in thinking pedagogically, learning goals, to mix it up in a different way? Get examples of other syllabi. Sit in on a class, visit the Center for Teaching and Learning. You don't have to do this on your own. There's literally no reason to reinvent the wheel. So there are things you can cut and paste. I cut and pasted an entire assignment from Morgan McDonald, and she's footnoted on my syllabus because I literally just cut and pasted it and felt like I needed to give her credit. So there's no reason to you can look at your colleagues' syllabi and learn from them about what it is they're doing and how they're managing it in classes. There's so much experience in the building and outside of the building. You can sit on, so I eventually am planning to teach a large undergraduate class. I need to see what that looks like. So I'll be visiting Holly's class, I'll be visiting people's classes in chemistry or history, just to see what it looks like. There's no reason for me to try and create it full blown on my own. And be yourself and don't judge yourself too harshly. I have seen this before. People treat teaching like it's supposed to be a script, and if you vary from the script, then that means you did a bad job. That is an unrealistic standard. This is not a play or a movie. There is no script. It's okay to make a mistake. It's okay to say, I don't know, because if you don't, you will get caught. I promise. I say, I don't know all the time. Sometimes I turn it into an assignment. I don't know, but that would be great if you could tell me next week the answer to that question you just posed to me. Or ask somebody else in the class. Don't be afraid. I think some of you, this might be your first position. Others of you have taught before and you've transitioned here. But I think when you're early in your teaching career, I think you can judge yourself too harshly. Everybody's a work in progress in teaching. Everybody can always be better, so don't judge yourself harshly for it. Learn from it and move forward. And don't shy away from discussing hard topics. And I think this is also where we can learn from each other. Marty and I talked about this. ACE, our student group, has talked about it, that faculty seem nervous about talking about race and ethnicity and equality and social justice and sexuality. And so students want to talk about this. I think it'd be great for us to create kind of a professional community about how to manage these kinds of conversations. Because it's not something I learned in graduate school. And I'm not also, nor am I a credentialed teacher. So I'm winging it. So I'd love to learn from other people about how they wing it and help make their classrooms productive spaces. Oh, that's it. See what I took? 5 minutes, right, Holly? I told Holly and I are co-doing this. I think that was, I'm gonna make that bigger. I just got this computer this morning.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's it. So I'm gonna turn it over to Holly, and then we're gonna leave. We have 15 minutes, 5, so there'll be some time for questions.
All right,
Any comments?
I'll be fast too. So I'm been charged with talking about
engaging students in large classes, but I'm going to give just a couple examples of things I do both to engage, assess, and manage, because as classes get big, it becomes really difficult to manage. Things like student emails, for example. So you probably know I teach mostly undergraduate courses. I started out here teaching classes around 30, went up to around 70, and then last quarter I taught one of 115 undergrads, which has been really fun, actually. I enjoy it. So first, one thing I do to engage students is to use clickers. I don't know if you're going to talk about clickers later at all, a technology piece. But I use them where students can respond to questions live in class. And I found as my classes have gotten bigger, there's been more fun to use clickers and more exciting for the students. They've always enjoyed it. And you can use clickers in a number of different ways. And I don't actually use physical clickers anymore. As my classes have gotten larger, I use something that the tech office recommended, which is called Poll Everywhere. And you can get a semester subscription. I was able to get some funding to do that. It's $350 for a semester for the college, or you can ask your students to subscribe for $14 for the year, which is cheaper than getting the actual handheld clickers. And so I use it to, I teach a policy class, so I use it for two main purposes. So one is to poll them on policy issues to see what the class thinks. And then I either ask them for a response, what surprises them, what doesn't surprise them, or compare it to national data so they can see how our early childhood group actually looks really different in terms of their political views on early childhood issues than the at the national level. The other way I use it is to reveal diversity that around policy issues we're talking about that the students wouldn't otherwise know. So how many of you have a family member who has been on welfare benefits? How many of you have struggled with poverty or unemployment, or someone in your family has? And so it's all anonymous, but then they can see up there that, oh, I made assumptions about my classmates that weren't true, and that's going to change the way I talk about policy when we're dealing with these issues. And I know other people use them for like quizzing. You can actually take attendance with them. You can do all kinds of things with them. You can actually create polls live in class. So if there's something I want to ask, I can do it on the spot and collect information from the students. So that's one of my favorite things. I still do think pair shares. I use that a lot still, even in large classes. I walk around the room, which is something I learned from other folks doing large classes, and sometimes I lecture from the back or the sides or lead discussions from various parts of the room. Okay, so assessing. When my class went up to 115, I decided I can't do some of the long papers and rough drafts and stuff that I'd done in smaller classes. I still have applied assignments, but I experimented this last quarter with something from the Center on Teaching and Learning, which is self-corrected quizzes. So they do in my class have to memorize some information, and they have to, do the reading. And so I do give them, I give them 5 quizzes that so they come to class and they take the quiz with a Scantron, and they get to use no notes or anything, but then they can go home and do another Scantron using the readings, talking to classmates, and turn in a self-corrected quiz, and then I average those two together for their quiz grade. And I found it just incredibly useful, especially for undergraduates, to get them motivated to read. They all reported loving this quiz model, and that it contributed a ton to their learning when I did the evaluations. And the reason I do Scantrons is because then you get all of the information about which questions totally were awful and can throw out. You get all the statistical information, which ones are good at the right difficulty level, so I can revise them for future years. And it's just really fast grading, and you can import the scores right into Canvas. So they send you a little Canvas sheet, and you just click, and then the grades are in. Okay, so last thing is managing the large classes. So again, these are things I got from the Center for Teaching and Learning. They have an excellent resource for large lectures. So one thing is at the beginning of the quarter, I set up a module on my Canvas site, which I told a few of you before. That's a syllabus quiz, so this gets around the you need to make sure they all know what the syllabus says, what my class policies are, how to turn in assignments, because otherwise you get a ton of emails or students saying, I didn't know that. And so the way the module works is you can just create it in Canvas, and I lock parts of my website, and you can set it up so that once they score 100% on that syllabus quiz, it unlocks the readings for them, and it unlocks the PowerPoint slides. And you know, it's not graded, it's just basically you can't get access to the rest of the stuff till you score everything correctly. And you can also monitor like who's never been to the website, who's taken the syllabus quiz, who hasn't. So on the second day of class, I was like, 50% of you still haven't taken the syllabus quiz, so I know you haven't done the readings for today, you know, and then they do it, and then I don't have to spend so much time going over the syllabus. And that has been amazing. Like, I had no questions the whole quarter about my policies or about anything for the first time ever, and I think it's because of that little module. And then the last thing I'll say that I do, which I think maybe some of you already do in your other classes, is that I use the discussion board and I require them to post any content or logistical questions on the discussion board. Still come to my office hours for personal questions, still email me for personal questions, but if it's something that someone else would benefit from, you have to post it on the board, and I enforce that. So if they email me a question like, when's this due or something, or I don't know, then I say, post it on the discussion board. And then they do, and that helped a lot, and students loved it. So I also gave them quiz reviews, and I'd get a bunch of discussion questions before the quizzes about content stuff that then helped other people hopefully understand. So I went through that really fast, but like I said, I've stolen or borrowed or whatever from other folks, and these are the things I've felt have been the most useful. Of course, I've tried a bunch of things that have failed miserably in the classroom too, in teaching large classes, but those are some of the things that I've learned.
Like, where do you get this great Scantron score? Like,
there's it's right behind the library, Suzzalo. I forget which building it is, but I just walk them down there. You can have if you end up with a grader or something, you can walk them down there, and there's just like a little score sheet. You fill out an answer key, you tell them how it's scored, and then you just drop it off, and within 24 hours you get the scores back.
Is that in Mary Gates Hall?
It must be at Mary Gates. Yeah, so I just walk them down there. And the students, I have my students buy their own Scantrons. They're like 10 cents or something. So they buy their own.
Are you Tom?
Yeah. You do have to pay for them, so you need like a count. So in this case, I gave up some grader hours and instead used Scantron sheets that covered the cost of that.
I hope this is a weird question at this point, but so teaching classes kind of in line with my research right now too. There have been several people outside the university who have wanted to see the syllabus. And I'm wondering, like, are there any rules, policies about putting your syllabus on the website somewhere that's not necessarily related to the university? Do you know?
It's your property.
Okay.
We're getting ready to start.
At the online course, they might change that.
Okay.
I'm not sure how they're working on online courses and ownership. I know that's a big issue. But I think the syllabus is your property. So you have to figure out how public you want to make it.
Okay.
other questions about teaching? Great, so we're gonna move on to the next thing, which is working with teams. Sorry, that wasn't very much wait time, but we're trying to plow through.
Now, when you're actually teaching, get a little bit more wait time.
We're gonna actually have Liz go first, because I know she has to leave by
Yes.
today.
Yes, she does. She's going to where I'm going to be taking her very soon.
So I think Bernadette's going to talk about hiring
Roberta's filling in for.
Roberta, you're going to talk about that piece, right? I'm just going to talk about mentoring TAs, and I don't have any handout, and it's rather informal, so please ask questions if you have any. I'm assuming that most of us have been TAs at some point in our lives, graduate students. So some of this, of course, won't be new, but one thing to always keep in mind is that you are in a mentoring role even if you're not their advisor, excuse me. So even if they're not your student, you're still in that mentoring sort of model role for them. So I would say, as friendly and as genial as you might be with your TAs, you also have to maintain some sense of a boundary. They can't know everything necessarily because you're in that mentoring role. So if you're frustrated with something, it doesn't mean that you get to sort of display it for your team. So that's something that sometimes we have to keep in mind. The TA may or may not come with prior teaching experience. I know that's sort of shocking, we're in the College of Ed, so it's sometimes expected that they come with teaching experience, but I was one that did not come with teaching experience. So when I first started, so you have to keep that in mind, and that even if they've had teaching experience, it might not have been the best teaching experience or the way you would have things done, so I think that's something to also keep in mind. Also, try to ensure that your TA is not working more than 20 hours a week. And that includes, that 20 hours a week includes them sitting in on your teaching. I require that at least at first so that they can get a feel for the classroom, so that when the students come to them with questions, they'll know what they'll have been there too. And sometimes if it's their first time, I have them take notes as if they were a student, so that if a student is absent and needs notes, we've got them from the TA. Every class is different. I often have office hours for our undergraduate sort of level classes because those are more structured. But as you get into the graduate level courses, you don't need structured office hours, but you do need time available to give to the students for in-person meetings. So I say it's by appointment, but we have to sort of allow for that cushion. So your TA has to allow for that cushion in their time too. So if it's 20 hours a week, you have to think, okay, how much time are they spending with you? Is it 3 hours? And then is it the hour before class also helping you prep, copying, that kind of stuff? And then the grading aspect. If you're going to have them grade, I actually provide them with a rubric. I provide them with an answer key, or I have them help create the answer key as part of their hours. So something along that line. And then I also always try to keep in mind that you and the TA are a team. And then that team should never be separated by a student playing mom against dad. And that can happen so easily. A student, it happened last quarter in my classroom where a student would come tell me something, but I would know it was the contrary, because I was sitting there with the TA before they said X, Y, and Z. And of course, on that note, the TA needs to know that explicitly, that you are on the same team. Actually verbalize it to them. I think it's really important until, especially if it's your first time, you have to say to them, you and I are on the same team. So if you don't know the answer to something, come to me, say, it's okay to not understand, come to me, and we'll work it out. And I just think they need to hear that. We've had, some, once in a while, maybe once a year, some negative incident. And the negative incident could be something so small as your TA eye-rolled at a student. It's happened twice, where I get this complaint, and it's usually a student that's very sensitive. You're walking on eggshells around the student all the time because they're just sort of that kind of student. Again, it's not all the time, but that one thing where they get an eye roll from your TA because your TA just can't take it anymore, and they don't have that patience level that you've developed over time. It's really easy to handle it. You say to the student, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sure it was totally unintentional. This is the greatest TA on earth, even if they're not. Greatest TA on earth. So let's put that behind us and laugh. You smooth it right over, but I always take charge of that situation. I just come right in, and I don't ever undermine the TA, and I don't minimize the student either. I try to keep a balance so that the TA is still great and wonderful, and the TA didn't need it. I also like to have an initial meeting with the student, especially if it's the first time that you're getting that TA, for general guidelines, such as dress code, such as not meeting in private spaces. I don't know how many of you have had that conversation with your TA, but when a student comes to them to meet, I say meet at your desk or in a public space, so that nobody can accuse you of anything, particularly if they're a male TA. I'm quite serious about that. Also, inform your TA that when they are in email conversation with students, which is more and more common, that they have to remember that their emails can be forwarded to anybody at any time. And so they're a different kind of email than with their friends, especially our younger TAs. Letting them know that it's okay to say, I'm not sure, let's check with the instructor. They don't have to have all the answers all the time. Also going over your specific course guidelines, reviewing the syllabus, reviewing the learning goals for the students. Sometimes outlining the learning goals for the TA, because you're in that mentor role where you want them to learn how to do something. So you sort of figure out, do they want to have a potential teaching opportunity this quarter or maybe the next quarter? Maybe it's their first quarter, so they're just going to sit and observe. The next quarter, maybe you give them a little chunk. Like, I'm going to have you teach the chi-square lesson today. Or I'm going to have you teach simple regression today. Or whatever it is. Or you give them an entire extended period. But I would say if you're going to give them any of that, you have to be prepared with all of the materials that they're going to need for that day. Don't let them just wing it. Because you might get something different than what you expected. And for international student TAs, in which English is limited, I ask that they learn how to just write things down as they speak so that there's no misunderstanding of students. So it's still easy on the students to comprehend from that TA. Also, an end of quarter meeting. We all know that praise is more effective than negative feedback any day of the week. There's tons of management books on this. So if you can praise the small things they did right, as many of them as possible, then that will garner you more and more of their support and loyalty and help and motivation in the time to come. Ask the TA what they like doing most or least, and sometimes we still have to do the things that we like least, which is grading, usually. That's sort of the nutshell. I mean, you're all pretty seasoned people here, you've all taught a lot, so do you have any questions?
How much
mentoring? Yeah.
How much of the grading do you look over if they're doing grading, and like how do you look it over all at the beginning, and in terms of feedback? I haven't quite figured that out.
So I think it's a little tricky, and it depends on a couple factors. It depends on if you've had your TA for a long time or not, or if this is just a 1 quarter deal. And it depends on the kind of assignments that you're having in grade. So if often I'll say, okay, we're going to do holistic scoring. And here's the deal, you're going to do it all, and I'm going to tell the students you're doing all of the holistic scoring, and then if you mark them down a notch, always give them the benefit of the doubt, but if you're going to mark them down a notch, be prepared to tell them why, because I'm going to send them to you. And I back up the TA, well, you got a 9, okay, well, go talk and learn, and you'll do better next time. That's my handle. You'll do better next time. You'll be all right. Who cares? I do, for our advanced classes, I do actually read over all of the grading. I actually read it all. But I'm trying to, but you take the reins off a little bit as you go along, so that as the student knows more and more and can do more judgment calls. The hardest part is the judgment calls. How many of you do paper writing?
Like as assignments?
Yeah. So that's the hard part, is like reading through what was the main idea and the intent versus what they explicitly said. So that's where the partial credit issue comes into mind. The other thing I have the TA do is I have them flag with stickies, anything that they're unsure of. And then I review just those on occasion too. So some of it depends on the assignment, but I know you can't read 100 papers in a night. So maybe it's a sampling thing. And then there's that margin of error where you're just going to allow for there to be a little bit of error, and students can come to you or the TA to get clarification. Or if there's a serious, like, oh, whoops, we didn't read that right, we'll go ahead and change it. No biggie. Doesn't have to be a big deal.
One of the things that I've done is I'll send some stuff that I've graded to the TA or the grader so they can see what's in my head and what it is. So because we want to make sure we're on the same page about.
Absolutely.
And so these are the things that I'm looking for. This is why I gave that this grade. And then especially in the beginning, we share, this was a low grade, this was a high grade, why, and he and I we share back and forth. Just so we
It's really similar to calibrating when you're training coders to code data. It's the same thing. So whenever I have a new TA and they have papers, I say pick 3 random papers, send them to me, and we sit down and we grade them separately, and then we compare what we did and what we said, what our comments were. And then you kind of do that until you get calibrated.
Sometimes you have scan lines.
Can't do that for the writing part.
Something that I've tried to do to signal to students that I also care about everybody there, even though I might not be reading everybody's paper, is every once in a while I'll just drop in a comment, like my stuff's all written work.
Yeah.
And so I might not even read the paper that the TA, that my grade, it's usually for me a grader, but I'll just say, love the paper, agree with what he said 100%. Because you want to signal to students that I might not have read about the whole thing, but basically you want to signal to everybody that you're important in the class and that the professor actually cares.
Does everybody do that? Green pen?
Oh,
Or
do
box of
what?
green pens or a quarter?
I don't know green pen.
Mine's red.
Mine's
electronic.
Oh, mine's electronic. Green pen, what are we talking about?
So, I just don't think it's a one-size-fits-all situation necessarily with the grading issue. It depends on the class size, the number of how much help you have, and the nature Is it like, in my case, it's a mix, it's a higher level of math and writing. It depends on which assignment we're talking about or what problem we're talking about. So I actually do have an answer key with notes about how to take off points or whatever.
And Troy, maybe you can answer this too about graders. Do you also use graders in your classes to do things? That's what I had a grader, I struggled with figuring out how to use her effectively in the class itself.
Well, she's not, he or she's not supposed, there's not a TA, so they shouldn't be required to teach, right?
Right.
So it's up to 10 hours a week, and so I had my grader come to class. He'd taken the class, but I wanted him to be there, because I also wanted to signal, I wanted students to see who was grading their work. So that was part of his hours. You know,
Right.
I think it's important that students, you know, it's not some
Did
phantom.
he just stay there, just sat there?
Well, no, because he's not that kind of guy. So I didn't like give him a lesson to teach, but he had all kinds of stuff to say. So he participated as much as he wanted to in class, but I never gave him, it's different than a TA.
But the graders can facilitate small groups and stuff and walk around and answer questions. My understanding is they can't lead a separate section, I think, of like, there's union rules about what the TAs are like, you can actually ask them to do versus a grader. So,
That's
is
exactly.
that right?
Yes.
This is your segue.
Also, I have
Yeah.
grading occurring in the middle of class in the back. It's a strategy that I use all the time. Like, she's bending around, so I'll have her sit in the back, but she's still visible, which is great.
Well, how did you get a grader?
You have to have more than a certain number. I think
40.
40 is in their class.
Okay. In this policy, how about to just all hand over?
In the CFS, we get an email if we're over 40 and that says you qualify for,
But if you don't get that email and you do have over 40, then feel free to email the person that, the AD that your parents are.
I know you're running out. One other, do you require TAs to, when you hire them, do you say, I'm requiring you to sign on for X number of quarters, or like, how do you keep repeat, you know, you want somebody who will come back if you want them to come back, or?
Well, I think that's a thought to answer that question.
Do you have some system of like cycling?
We usually try to
through?
plan for the academic year.
Yeah, for the entire year. And then often, it's with the sort of mutual understanding that they'll be there maybe for 2 years.
Okay.
But it's not
Guaranteed, yeah.
It's not guaranteed, we understand that, we know things change, but we're hoping for 2.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful.
That way you're not having a repeat.
Yeah, I guess we're always scrambling.
Okay, all right.
Thanks for this. So
Which
I
way, right?
have,
I'll see the room, all right.
just shared with you a handout that answers some of the questions that we just talked about in terms of the difference between a TA and an RA and a grader. And as you may know, these positions are covered by a bargaining unit. That's a somewhat recent development, but there's a pretty clear union contract that we need to be familiar with as we're managing our student government. The standard RATA is 50%, and that comes with a tuition waiver. We also have attached to this handout the cost associated, so when you were just talking about how much it costs if you're going to hire a 50% GSA on the grant versus the very economical opportunity to hire one on your faculty recovery funds, which doesn't include the tuition. These were the costs associated with an appointment for last year. The cost of a TA or a GSA appointment will increase most likely about 10%, again, starting July 1st. So this gives you some idea of the cost of the student. Let's see. So I'm standing for Burnett, so I'm reading her notes. The other attachment with this handout is a greater large course policy that we were just asking about. So this is a document that we use to guide eligibility for, who qualifies for a grader. And I appreciated the comment that what the academic support team and Michael, undergrad team, Kevin do, I believe, is trying to be aware of that. But certainly if you have a course that you feel like fits this model where you qualify for a grader, let someone know, because certainly we will put that in place. Let's see, anything else? I guess the other part of this is how do you actually get it done? How do you hire someone? And if it's an instructional course, then again, the academic support team will fill out the paperwork. Someday, in our near future, we're gonna have these forms online. They won't be called colorful names we call them now, but we will have these online. In the meantime, we do have paper forms, and it's another, for the grants, I believe that's another opportunity when we sit down in the budget meetings at the beginning of the grant or on an ongoing basis, on a quarterly basis. Let us know if you are planning to hire someone, and we could have some forms and just fill it out right there, and so save everybody a lot of time in the process. Any other questions? I know I'm again hoping that this material is something that you could have with you, and if there's questions, I'm imagining that if this isn't already on the web, it's something that we'll be able to do is take the handouts and put them on the web, so you're all reminding yourselves what we said and what have the material online.
Can I ask a question about the recovery?
Sure.
Like, for example, if the recovery money is associated with the grant, but the grant expired at a time point, but the recovery money will expire at the same time, or it can use later on?
Because it's state funding, it's on a different cycle. So the salary savings is actually in our state funds. And some time ago, the university changed its mind that we used to have to spend all of our state money by the end of the biennium. Every 2 years, the budget closes. But in the last couple of biennia, they've allowed us to carry it forward. And so we've encouraged people to spend their money so we don't have such a carry forward balance, such a high balance, and then the provost says, "Deb, why are you asking me for money if you have all this money?" But at the same time, we certainly want people to be able to use their funds wisely. We don't want people just going out and buying what you would prefer to buy if you had another choice. So I can't really think of a case where we haven't, the faculty haven't been able to carry their recovery money forward. So, yeah, that's another option.
One thing to know about hiring, this is something that Brian shared in the first faculty induction, is that you can also hire like graduate students on an hourly basis. Graduate students are undergrads, and so I've actually hired several undergrads on an hourly basis, and it's just a lot more straightforward. You sort of write up a description of what position, what the work is that they're gonna do, and then they go through the process of sort of getting on the payroll, and then they submit a time card every week. So that's another.
So there's one clarifying point, again, based on the union contract, is that we aren't allowed, other than the reader graders, to hire graduate students in hourly positions during the academic year. So you can only be a grad student in an hourly appointment during the summer, and only if you are not enrolled in courses. So there's a lot of if ands.
But what you did is
I hire
fine.
undergrads. so,
Right,
yeah.
exactly, sorry, I didn't.
Sorry,
say
yeah,
that.
no.
You can hire fixed fee during the academic year.
Yeah.
So the creative idea about that is if you tell us you're hiring someone to do a project-based appointment, and they have deliverables, and we can pay someone a lump sum, and so that's another alternative. So, but yeah, undergrad hourlies.
One comment I have on TAs or RAs is if you're going to hire one of your advisees, then the process can be shortened. If it's more open, then it must be advertised. If you're not going to hire one of your own advisees, right?
Even for a TA position?
Yes. Then it needs to go through Bernadette needs to file a position description, and it needs to have the 2-week open advertisement. Now, clearly, the student you know is probably going to be the strongest candidate for it, but you do have to go through.
And
How does that
she's a
happen?
form that you have to, she's a form to use, so that, and it has particular things, and you can say, you know, like, strong preference given to college of education, because it goes out to everyone. I did this
Yeah.
for the current position that I have, and I got applications from all around the university.
So it could be your advisee, or if it's used as a recruiting tool first year. But, and I would say these are the, there are the policies, and then there's the practice. Nobody write that part down. But yeah, it's something that we probably know that we need to pay a little more attention to, but yeah, those are the policies.
That is part of the union contract.
Exactly, no, I know. It's, yeah. We haven't had any visits from the union yet about this matter, but we have had questions, and actually the lost day agreements once over how we pay the students, so they are interested sometimes in what we do.
It does help protect against discriminatory hiring practices, right? When you have this, I mean, not that any of us would do it, but I think that's why it's in place, and I think that's reasonable.
Right.
Okay.
But of course, that waiver is there for your own students, because there's the natural, if you're looking for a research assistant, there's probably an intellectual interest fit in your own advisee.
Oh, okay. Okay, so the next topic is teaching effectively with technology. Tom's sick.
Yeah, I'm here in his place. I'm Ryan Stewart. I'm the help desk manager. I think I know most of you. So I don't know what Tom had scheduled, but I'm just going to toot my own horn and tell you about our ticket system. If you go to the College of Ed page, you can find the nice green button there, and I can write it on the board as well. So that's really all I.
It's awesome. Great.
And I'm also the purchasing person. I have a Pro card, and I can work with Roberta and buy any technology you need and consult and that kind of thing as well. So,
Great.
is there anything else, Katie?
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think Heather and I were gonna talk about the technology teaching fellows, but we did 2 brown bag lunches, and those videos are still available if you wanna see the in-depth stuff, or we can sort of just talk about how it is we use Canvas, sort of, for whatever goals you have that are very specific to your own teaching. So Heather and I are more than happy to talk with you guys in another venue when we're not behind schedule. So switching to advising. So Marty's going to talk a little bit about advising recruitment, admissions, really briefly, dealing with students of concern, and Sue's here to talk about sort of her experience supporting students.
All that in 3 minutes. And look, we're only 2 minutes behind, so we're in good shape.
We're trying to catch up.
All right, well, thank you. As Katie mentioned, Sue is here as well as can I call you a discussant, maybe?
Yeah, so Bob just had a intriguing suggestion. I have to leave in a little more than 15 minutes.
Okay.
And so maybe I could go first with my part and then you
Okay.
can second with your part.
Sure.
Is that all right?
Sure. We have not rehearsed.
No,
so-
we have not, and I have no like handouts and PowerPoints and things like that, but.
Gotcha.
So, we can do the Q and A. There's, I can give you a couple of things that I wish I had known at the beginning of my advising career. That might be a way to get the conversation started. There's a tendency when you're admitting people and taking them on as advisors to say, oh, what an interesting person that is. That would be, I can see how I could maybe help that person. You know, they don't quite fit, or there are maybe a couple of little red flags here, but, we want to be open-minded and interested. And I wish that I hadn't said that as much, as often, and as, let's see, naively early on in my career, because I ended up getting students who would have been better had they not been admitted, or getting students for whom they came in as a master's student and the assumption was, and as long as they don't blow the place up, they can be a PhD student, but in actual fact, being a PhD student is a whole different thing from being a master's student. And so even though we've made it so that we seamlessly go from master's to PhD, it is not the case that every student that is a master's student should be a PhD student, because some of them don't have the wheels, don't have the interest, don't have the dedication, don't have a clear notion of what they want to do with a PhD when they get done with it. And PhD advising takes a lot of time, and being in graduate school takes a lot of time out of their lives too. And so if they're not end up getting something usable out of it, or usable enough to have been worth it to spend 5 years and how many thousands of dollars doing it. And it's really a serious decision. So I would say err on the side of caution. If you see somebody in the applicant pool that looks kind of interesting but isn't a really good fit for you, and that's your first flag. If you see a student in the advising pool, looks like they're a good fit, but they've got some real questionable academic records, be really cautious. Everybody takes on projects. Everybody has students that they admit that take a lot of extra help. And everybody understands that, but you don't want to overwhelm yourself early on until you kind of get the filters set a little bit. So, it's exciting to have advisees. I was at Arizona State West Campus before I came here, and we didn't have a PhD program, so I didn't have advisees. And I was like, oh goody, I get to have PhD students, I'm so excited about this. And then my advisor at Purdue said, be careful what you wish for. And he was right, it's a lot of work. It's very rewarding, but it's a lot of work, and so you have to go into it with your eyes open. So that would be like the biggest piece of advice. Other than that, I think you need to have a conversation with your advisees right when they come to work with you about what you're gonna do and what you're not gonna do. It doesn't come out quite that harsh when I have that conversation, but essentially what I tell them is I am not good at running around after my doctoral students to make sure that they have checked off all the boxes and filled out all the forms and done everything on time. We have a great web-based system, and we have a student advising office that can help answer those kinds of questions for you. I'll certainly help answer them, but I'm not going to monitor you. So you have to know that about me, because that's the way it works. And also, I tell them things like, I will forget to check in with you, so you need to check in with me. And don't feel weird about it, because they will. A lot of them will say, gosh, if I ask to meet with her too often, she'll think I'm incompetent. And so you need to make that clear and then repeat it. Usually the first year you have to keep saying, no, really, you can make an appointment, because I get lost in my stuff and I'm distracted. So essentially your issues will be different from my issues, but what I'm trying to say is, think about what you want to commit to as an advisor. There's certain core things that we all agree to do, but working the way we work with students is going to be different from person to person, and just try to get that as clear as possible with the students so that they're not guessing, because that makes them feel very uncomfortable when that makes happen. So those are my two giant pieces of advice. What kinds of things, what do you want to know about advising?
So can I just add, I think that matter of expectations, just talking about expectations very clearly at the beginning is really important, and your students will really appreciate that. And it'll help define what those mutual responsibilities are as you kind of work together through their degree program. And it will also give you a chance to talk about what your boundaries are, whatever they are.
Right, and be prepared to reiterate. So I have a very good doctoral student right now who I had that conversation with, and a month or two ago, she emailed me and said, can we have a meeting? By the way, am I asking to meet with you too often? Am I being too needy? Can you tell me? He was like, no, really, seriously, remember we had that conversation back then? This is the way I work best. So it's the people who don't come and ask me for time that I worry about, because sometimes I lose track of them. And so I had to, when they're first coming in, they're pretty overwhelmed a lot of the time, and they're not going to retain everything you say about that, but you have to still say it. And then,
Can I
Okay.
add a little?
oh, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to just kind of reiterate one other thing that you alluded to, which was just, I think we just all need to acknowledge that there's a power dynamic in this relationship. And most students are going to look to you to set the tone and set the agenda and kind of take the lead on the advisory relationship, at least at first. As some of them become veteran students, they may get a little more assertive about that. But they also, they may be reluctant to tell you that they're dissatisfied or that they have concerns or they disagree with you. So you'll need to ask those questions and invite those kinds of things, at least initially.
Another thing that I tell them at the beginning, if I admit somebody new to the PhD program, in our first face-to-face meeting, I will say, I'm your initial advisor. This was our best guess about given what you told us and what we have available on faculty. I'm the person that seemed like the best match for you. You've asked for me, whatever. But it doesn't mean that once you get into the program, there won't be somebody else that's a better fit for you. And you should not feel bad about making a switch. So just, that was something that, as a doc student myself, I got an initial advisor, and within a week, I knew it was really a bad fit. And so, because I was a little older when I went back to graduate school, I asked around and said, can you switch? You know, are we stuck with this? And they said, no, you just have to tell them. I said, great. So I made an appointment with him. I said, taking the lecture, I said, Ernie, this isn't gonna work for me. But I really appreciate you admitting me, and you know, and you don't jump before you find something else. But anyway, it was like, there wasn't no one said that to me that it was okay. But, so I always say that to my students, because otherwise they might change.
I say I don't take it personally.
Yeah, really honest, and it's a bad, especially if there's another person, you know, sometimes you get students who, as you get to general exams and things like that, they see that you're a tough mentor, and they may not want to stick around because they don't think anybody else has a tough mentor, just them. And so they're gonna start shopping around, and you can get that occasionally. But oftentimes, especially with as many new faculty as we've been hiring over the years, you know, next year there might be a perfect fit for that student that I admitted, and I don't want to stand in the way, so you say things like, oh, and if you want me to stand in the committee, I'm happy to do that, and you try to use that kind of thing, but just laying that expectation out that this is, I guess, this is a prediction of a good fit, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be that.
And we tell incoming graduate students this during their orientation too.
Oh, excellent.
So all I was gonna add was that I have structures in place to help me kind of follow this. So one of the first things that I have my students do, I actually have a contract that they sign, and it has on one half of the page, it basically says what they can expect of me as an advisor, and then on the other half, it has what I expect of them. And I'm comfortable sharing that with everybody. So they sign that at the beginning of the year, and then I also have an advising website, and that same document is the first page of the Canvas page, and then every one of my advisees are attached to the advising site, and then they have sections where I have them do individual development plans every year. And so they complete these plans basically on it's using the graduate school form, so it talks about their interests, like career interests, academic interests, personal interests, because I can't keep track anymore. I have all these little pieces of paper and files, and I just stick them in the file and go look again. And so what I found is having this site is awesome, because when they update their plans, they just re-update it in the same section, and then we make comments in the Canvas page about it. So the expectations, what is helpful is if people keep going back there, or if I keep asking them to submit things to that page, they always see the expectations over and over again, because it's the first thing they see when they go on the site. And so I'm happy to share that with you all if you're interested.
Oh, you tell you're a clinician.
No, and I'm a little late too, so having structures is
One of the elements I found helpful for doctoral students that are speaking now is really trying to empower them to create that specialization advisor, those two cognate advisors, and their area outside the college of education to really try and use that to create a gestalt of that committee that really allows them to be much more successful than just kind of pulling faculty in to be on the committee, but trying to work with them on trying to use the resources of the university as well as the whole college.
My first advisee got a Spencer pre-doc. She was asked to be the TA for our most curmudgeonly Distinguished Teaching Award winner. I was like, this advising stuff's pretty easy. Little did I realize that they weren't all going to be quite like her.
Yeah, it's funny because I didn't realize how varied doctoral students were until I started having advisees. I just assumed they were all like I was in a small program, the handful of people that I knew. Well, that's what doctoral students are like. Like, oh, good, let's bring one. But it's really a spectrum. And so one of the things that's probably helpful when you're really new is making sure that you know what the program norms are for stuff related to the doctoral program in program. So, what do we expect in terms of what a file looks like before they're advanced to prospective candidacy, for example? That's gonna be a little different from program to program, even though it's one PhD across the college. Some of those steps look a little different because different programs have different norms and those norms shift, and so to try to do that. But the cool thing about having the interdisciplinary kind of PhD that we have, that Bob was talking about, is that they really can put together a cool committee of people who can really help them. The way I put it to them is, pick people that are gonna help you become who you wanna be when you graduate. So this is all an identity development exercise in a way. I wanna be this kind of person that gets that kind of job, or that uses my skills in that kind of way. So who can help you do that the best that we have? And we've got amazing people, and there are amazing people across the university. So you don't have to, the typical one is you've got 3 members from in the college and 1 required outside member, but I've seen committees where it's, as long as there's a majority from the College of Ed, we do have other people from outside. We've had people from outside the university even be members of student committees. So Ray McDermott was a member of a committee that I was on, for example. And we had a guy in stats who was a grad of a PhD program, Greg Hancock from Maryland, who was on one of my PhD students' committees. So.
But it's not uncommon to have faculty in computer science on our committees, and you know, Bill Wynn had a couple of students doing dissertation work with virtual reality kinds of things, so we had people from the VR labs and whatever on the committee. And so you really want to use the richness of the university as a student.
What would be useful?
I have my question is maybe at the 10,000 foot level, but we admitted, like my program admitted 5 students this past round, and none of them came because they all got full rides at Vanderbilt and Penn. And so, and even one of them we got the university diversity fellowship. So like we got the resources that that we could get, and still can't lure high quality students. So this is like a little bit of a higher level question of like, I don't even know, I'm like, am I ever going to have a doc student, right? Like, how can I get them? Like, I don't have I couldn't get that grant because I don't have to cover the 3 years in between, and I don't know, it just feels a little,
Yeah.
I mean, in the policy area, over the past 5 years, we've had an IES pre-doctoral fellowship program. So one way would be to think about putting, and that would, one of the tripods was policy. It was policy, and it was quantitative and qualitative methods, so mixed methods. And so, I mean, one way would be to think about that option.
to like go big
back
again.
again, yeah.
Right.
Right, so that was one of the things that was really frustrating to me, especially early on, that there were so few resources available to use to recruit students. So there are fewer TA positions than there even used to be when Deb and I started. So it is difficult, because you want to be able, when you admit the student, you want to be able to also say, and I have funding for you, instead of waiting to see what the college scholarship committee decides to do with the little bit of money that we've got to play with, or that the scholarship committee has to play with every year. And so it does, there are ways to get students to come if they fit TA slots. If they've had 3 years teaching experience, they can sometimes get a TA slot, a coach slot in one of the professional programs. You can keep your ears open for other people who have good grants, and they've got students who are graduating, and they might have a slot available that way. Sometimes students will come if they really want to work with you. If you think you might have some money available, they'll take a risk. But it's hard. We lose good people every year because we don't have, the person who wants to come in, that somebody wants to work with, there isn't that funding available for them. And so it's just a fact life, so staying connected with your colleagues, doing collaborative work, so you get maybe sometimes bigger grants that might be one of positions, doing that training.
You know, I talked to my incoming students about this. I mean, maybe this is a huge rationalization, I don't know, but I think it's part of our tension as a public versus a private, that if we will admit students if we have advising capacity and a fit for them. We don't restrict ourselves. I mean, our colleague at Stanford gets to take one PhD student per year.
But that's because Stanford pays a full ride
Right.
for PhD students, right? We don't have that.
But for a smaller number of PhD students.
Right, so, but we just don't have those resources, but we maybe we can say, well, I'm gonna commit 3 and hope that one of them comes.
You know, it was alluded to earlier. Have you heard about the DDRA? Distinguished Doctoral Research Awards? Okay, so that's another way too. And those are geared toward recruitment.
Those be for first year in the dissertation.
The DDRAs are the first 2 years.
And it's the tuition fees and an art issue. Is there room for conversation around thinking about some of this funding issue? Because we've also, in Math Ed, we keep moving on and they're going, the institutions named and other, but also other public, like University of Virginia, Boulder. So it's both public and private, but they're both offering minimum 3-4 years funding. So I'm just curious, like, is that a conversation that, like, is there, I guess in the future, is there any chance of discussing, or like, I have no idea what that entails, making those sorts of decisions, but just curious if that's, or if that is something that it's not gonna change.
I mean, the prioritization for graduate student funds has historically been TAs to support the instructional program first. Just talk about his article. And so and I don't actually agree with Sue. I believe we have as many TAs now as we did for many, many years. So we all, I mean, it's on the order of like 40 TAs, isn't it? I mean, Roberta could tell you exactly, but I mean, we support a lot of graduate students in terms of the TA, but they have to come in with certain kinds of expectations. And then we tried to focus on supporting faculty in their research grant activities and to incorporate paying graduate students as part of the grant activities. So those are the tacks that we've taken in that we, and we have a new campaign coming for money, and student support is number 1 on that. So there's another effort to try and find the big donors who will begin to support that, from which the privates get the endowments. And, Standard, Penn, and Vanderbilt, when you think about policy, they're like us, they're in the top 5, right? So, so it's a tough comparison.
Yeah, no, I know.
With privates, especially. But that's just historically. So we've not decided, and we actually allocate some of the money from empty faculty positions to support graduate students. So in those areas where we have as many degrees of freedom as we can, we've tried to, as much as we can, support graduate students. And the money to pay for the graduate students that you get as part of the startup package is, again, that's coming from that state fund allocations for largely empty faculty positions and indirect cost recovery. So.
And student funding is a huge piece of my motivation to go get external grants. The intellectual work too. But I always think that's a huge piece.
But as a public, I mean, we've always been, we've never been a department, I've been here since 1975, before you were born, right? But we've never, we've always been a public, we've always been sensitive to not restricting it to just students we can support.
Right.
And so I would argue for that, the opportunity for students.
There's also a tension there, right? Because if I went to a place where I have money, period, So it's that tension of having the space to allow for people to get a PhD, but at the same time excluding people who can't pay for it.
Well, that's where, Deborah said, I mean.
I couldn't have gone to graduate school either without
Right,
funding.
it's like you can get into a Stanford because they can pay for it, you know, like, you know, there's, sure, like, you would love to come to this university, but you can't, you know? So
The
I
other thing-
get that.
Let me finish.
No, it's like it's, you know, it goes both ways, like restricting, or like accepting so many, like a small number of students, but at the same time, it can also, allow you to bring certain students in, you know?
Yeah.
Just access is always.
Well, that was one reason why we, the IES grant, where we supported 25 students. We supported 90 student years.
Yeah, that was amazing.
23 students had full rides for 4 years. So, I mean, there are those grant opportunities out there, and we just have to go after them and be successful. And we were able to really diverse the student
Right.
population.
And it may differ program by program.
Yeah, but this is a policy mixed methods. Don't think of it as a statistics quantitative.
No, I was just gonna say, in my experience too, students who are looking for opportunities and are excellent students get noticed by somebody and often find funding. If not from you, their advisor, in some capacity.
Right, but I think that, I mean, that's what I told the one student that I admitted, that I was like, you know, if you're scrappy, you'll figure it out. And she seemed like a pretty scrappy woman, like, I'm like, you'll figure it out. I can't guarantee anything, but I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna be able to help you find funding, and you're gonna find funding. But it just wasn't worth the risk, right? So, and I get that. Like, I mean, I went to Berkeley and I was just scrappy. I like figured it out, right? But for me, it was worth that risk because I didn't want to leave San Francisco. You know what I mean? Like, you make these decisions, but I just don't. I think it's harder. There are people that are going to be more willing to take that risk than others, and likely those people also will have some sort of privileged background that I'm like, if I totally, can't pay my rent, I can ask my dad, right? Where not everyone can do that. And so recognizing who is going to take that risk and what privilege they have limits who's going to come.
But going back to your question, Kara, I think that's a conversation we can as a faculty have about do we really want to systematically set aside, and then how do we do that equitably? Because I don't think we're in the position yet that every faculty member could get a funded doc student every year.
Were there other things that you wanted to hit on? Sorry, I totally took us down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, some of them I can probably save for another time, perhaps.
Okay.
But there are a couple of things I just wanted to share with you so that you see them and you know that they're out there. Advising has been a continual topic of conversation among students and faculty in a healthy way, I think. And so what I'm giving you now, on one side you'll see something called advising principles. This was something there was widespread discussion about this back in 2009. The faculty adopted these advising principles to kind of say these are the things that we care about when it comes to student advising. And then on the back, you'll see something called the Advising and Advising Accountability Policy. And this was an effort just a couple of years ago to be more specific about the expectations around the advising relationship. And if you're interested in more context about this, I can talk to you offline about what that is. But you'll notice that there are some kind of specific expectations laid out here around the frequency of advisor-advisee meetings throughout the course of the year. So again, this is something adopted by or approved, I guess, by the faculty. So this is something we've all agreed to strive for, I guess you'd say. So just want to make you aware of those couple of things.
Great. Are there any other advising questions you want to ask before we move on? Sorry. On number 2 on the advising and advising accountability policy, is that the yearly professional development, is that for us?
Yes. Yes, it's for the faculty, and then we also do professional development for students, and some of that includes ways to relate to your instructors and your advisors, and you know how to go about forming committees. So there's professional development that relates to that. Yeah. In this spring quarter, one of the next two upcoming faculty meetings, I can't remember which one.
It's going to be May.
May, thank you. The Student Support and Advancement Committee is going to do a professional development at the faculty meeting.
Any questions? Great, okay, so we're going to turn it over to Bob to talk briefly about faculty governance.
Well, there's the person who should be talking about faculty governance over there. No, the faculty are charged by the university with being able to provide various forms of feedback to the dean. And the deans have used the faculty council, which is the larger body, in different ways. More recently, the deans have treated them as representative of the faculty. And so it's really given them much more power than in earlier times. We had earlier deans who, informed the faculty council, and that's about it. There wasn't much of an interaction. But if you think of the number of areas right now, we're going to be ramping up to give feedback to the dean about merit and about recommendations relating to merit and about recommendations relating to new faculty positions. So kind of in this has been bubbling through in spring quarter. So these are the kinds of things that some budgetary merit raise, especially kinds of recommendations and new faculty position searches. Obviously, faculty have responsibility for advising students in developing academic programs. So in all of these areas, the faculty have kind of organized to try and provide standing committees of the faculty to address these different kinds of issues. So one that focuses on student affairs, one that focuses on faculty affairs, one that focuses on budget and resources, one that focuses on diversity, one that focuses on new academic programs and initiatives. So I've tried to work it so that questions that come up about any of those kinds of issues from the faculty go through those faculty committees. So you'll be shortly getting a request to say, which of those committees do you have the most interest in? And then while, as mentioned earlier, we wouldn't have assistant professors as chairs of those committees, we want to try and at least begin to involve them in that process as much as possible. The chairs of each of those committees have kind of responsibility for carrying those initiatives forward during the academic year. The vice chairs of those committees also serve on the faculty council. So that's the way that we kind of get information, feedback, communication back from the larger faculty council that's setting the all-faculty meeting. So one of the major responsibilities of the faculty council is both to kind of manage and try and get all of these committees active and working on the relevant things, but also to put together the agenda for the faculty meetings that we have as a group. So there's a lot of distributed leadership at the University of Washington. The deans have quite a bit of power, if you will, in a sense, and we especially benefit from having a non-departmentalized college. If I were in psychology, I'd have to go, first of all, a small group of my sub-colleagues in kind of quantitative psychology area, then I'd have to go to the Department of Psychology, then I'd have to go to the Division of Natural Sciences, then I'd have to go to the College Council, and then I'd finally get to the Dean. It's like 6 layers of people, and here we benefit from having just the Dean. So I think we've tried to have that open communication between the Dean and the faculty. The Dean participates in the Faculty Council, and the Faculty Council President and Vice President participate in the Dean's College Leadership Team. So that we have a number of their meetings outside. The liaison with the larger university academic community is the Faculty Senate, and so you've heard the 2 of our senators talk about the current proposals relating to a change in the salary structure for faculty at the University of Washington. So we try and keep that kind of flow working as well in terms of the faculty governance. Be aware, you'll shortly be voting on the person who's vice president and president. Monka will be president next year of the Faculty Council, and so we'll be voting on the person who will be their vice president, taking the presidency. So this is a kind of a drafted position, that's what I keep referring to in that sense. There haven't been too many faculty who have run for it.
You mean voluntary?
Well, yeah. Anyway, but part
Let's
of
just say
our,
there's not a lot of money spent on campaigning for faculty.
but it's, I was, whatever, I had a discussion with Tom Striticus, the prior dean, and said, anyway. It's important to participate in these things, and I truly give, this transition from areas or quasi-departments to divisions and clusters and whatever. Nancy really took the lead last year in doing all of that formal work of revising our faculty code, as Nancy was president last year, of revising our faculty code to bring it in compliance with as many of the constraints as we can. So,
And she has it memorized, so if you have any questions.
Well, I don't know, I memorized, but there are some, there is a university context, and the university code actually specifies some of the responsibilities that the faculty have. And then the university specifies that there is a faculty council chair in every unit, and so this is, we didn't just invent this out of whole cloth. Right. There is a,
in the same way that the faculty, the all university faculty code specifies that there has to be this overall committee that makes the recommendation to the dean relating to promotion and tenure. So that's why we had to institute a new committee, this CAC committee that takes on that role, because we did not have a college-wide elected committee to take on those responsibilities. So sometimes we have to be responsive. But I'm glad you're here because I'm not a faculty governance person.
well, because the previous structure had been based on the areas, so it said, you have representatives from each of the areas. When that was dissolved, we had to come up with a new structure. So my sort of loose way of thinking about it is, in a way, the faculty council now is composed through the standing committees, which reflect the major responsibilities the faculty is commissioned to carry out. So in a sense, we choose the people who are going to be on the committees, and then it's the vice chairs of those that end up being on faculty council.
But just as Cara, brought up the point about student support, you should feel very free to speak directly with me or, with any of the faculty who are on the faculty council, or directly with the dean for that matter, about these kinds of issues, so we can get them on the agenda and get the discussion of them and the options and possibilities that we might be able to pursue. So I certainly want to have an open invitation for that.
I have a question. This is so I have specific questions, like, I want to understand how the faculty, like the new faculty lines, how do those get decided? Like, what's the process that gets decided? But I'll just use that as an example. I also don't understand, like, the merit bonus, and I know that there's like changes that are happening, but I don't understand how that's going to work this year. So I have like these questions of like, what are these processes and how do they work? And I don't know who to ask. So my big question is, like, I have these smaller questions and I recognize we can't necessarily answer them all right now, but like, what do I ask?
Typically, you come to the faculty council president, they should be able to answer those for you.
So that's,
Yeah, got it.
Or you're an associate dean.
But basically, the faculty code specifies that every year, the assistant professors be evaluated by the associates and the fulls, and the associate professors be evaluated by the fulls, and the full professors be evaluated by the full professors. And so, I totally disagree with that, but that's what the faculty code says. My belief is that everybody should look at every merit file, because you get educated so much about the work of your colleagues. But that's not the way that the faculty code specifies that it works. So we'll be deciding today at 1 o'clock when I start that faculty council meeting. We'll be deciding when the merit review period will occur, and basically it's run by the faculty development and support committee. And basically what they will do is they do a random selection of associate professors and fulls who will read your file, the merit file that you'll prepare.
When will I prepare that file?
That will be decided at 1 o'clock.
May.
It's like
usually
May.
in
In
end
May.
of April, early
In
May.
May.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is one thing that I think should probably go on the 80s list of things to do, is in addition to setting up the mentoring committee, sending around the merit file that had been used for the previous year, because that's at least some guidance, like, of what you should be paying attention to, and that you need to get a teaching evaluation. Just
Right, instead of
because-
getting the notice in May that
Yeah.
you were supposed to have a teaching
I try to
evaluation.
remember to send it out to people, but I obviously.
But you told me, I got the teaching eval, because I was like, right,
Okay,
told you that.
so yeah, I've been trying to send it to new faculty so that they know how it is they're going to be evaluated when that message comes out in March or April about the merit that is for the previous year. But it doesn't always, I should probably not be the person who.
Right.
And we are not keeping people in the dark on purpose.
Right.
Deans have not yet heard what money will be attached to the merit review, but even in the dark years when we didn't have pay raises, we still had to go through merit decisions because it's an important kind of evaluation of how everybody's doing, and if someone is not meritorious, then there's kind of faculty review steps that can be taken. But even when there isn't money attached, you kind of want to know on your way to tenure how you're doing and getting that feedback. So the lack of information is not purposeful. We just don't have yet what the stakes are.
Right. But it would be great to get that to last year's, just to.
Question.
Yeah, just to.
Well, I mean, that'll be, as I say, we'll decide the day when the merit period will be. It'll be during May, and then probably starting no earlier than May 4th. I can't speak for the faculty council until they deliberate on that. But, and then Debbie Curtiman, as chair of the faculty development committee, will be sending out here on Monday all the information that you need about what should be in the file.
But maybe another thing we could do is, the ADs have like a list of things that we created when we meet with new faculty to kind of go over, but that conversation was now many months ago with you, and I know there's a little handbook that's been like isn't there a document that you guys were working on from this process?
The new faculty guide?
Yeah, right? But maybe if we put those two lists against each other and whatever came up today, we could see like what should really be on that list. So things like include what the typical forms look like, and so we can just double check, because, and then sometimes things, we could also maybe recommend how often to review that again, because just because you know it's there doesn't mean it's fresh in your mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think I'd send it out to folks, like, we could all weigh in, those of us who've been here for a few years on what, you know, like even on the merit review, I'm still never clear whether, maybe there's like that optional letter you can write, and I'm still never clear, like, should I write that, or does that mean I did something wrong and I'm trying to explain what I did wrong, or like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So those little things around these
But
processes.
maybe that's a kind of a concrete outcome that we could follow up on from the AD side. And then make sure that with you and Min and Ani and Katie, we have a little debriefing, and then anybody else who wants to.
I'm sure we'll discuss it in the next faculty meeting too, but when is that?
24th.
I think that just the problem of the timing is that people generally come in and fall, and so, and merit's not really discussed until the merit review files are due, and so you've been sort of operating for almost an entire year, not really knowing what you're gonna have to produce as the evaluation of.
Yep. And I just think,
Probably
I would think that, like, knowing the date, ahead of time could we be like, okay, I need to make sure to get that article out for review before that, so I can include it in my file. You know what I mean, just in terms of planning my.
It is largely things, yeah, you would put on your CV, you know, what articles that you submit, what classes that you teach, how many students are there, did you serve on dissertation committee, those kinds of things.
And you do get to submit your CV. We just, several years back, we developed a standardized form because there's a variety of formats of CVs, and it just, we thought, well, you know, once you begin to review files, you'll realize it's nice to be able to know where to look for certain things reliably. And then, of course, you can look through the CV as well, but if things are in places where you expect them to be, then it can speed the process of review.
Nancy, let's do the 12:55.
Oh, yeah. What am I supposed to do now?
Service at various levels. You talk about being
Service.
editor of a journal, or?
Yeah, I think that this is just about like how to think about balancing service, even though Ellen already said that balance isn't possible. Okay. So I guess the two main kinds of service I would particularly be able to speak to would be service in the college and then national service in my field. So I've been program chair, vice president, and president of my main professional organization and of my ADRA division. And now I'm editor of my main professional journal. So I guess, yeah, I've decided this is worthwhile. I'm in a relatively small field, history of education. So I just, it is a small enough field that you can, by now I've been in the field 22 years, you can actually end up knowing most people in the field, which is a great feeling. So I guess I would just say that I have found it very worthwhile, both intellectually and professionally in terms of career development. It's a way that continues to generate new projects for me because people know who I am, and I've worked in a lot of different capacities. And I do really feel like I am able to, at this point, really contribute to really shaping the field in a fundamental way by the role that I'm taking as an editor. So I certainly wouldn't recommend becoming an editor of a journal as a junior faculty member. But
absolutely not.
Or even as an associate. But the work that I've done along the way has enabled me to, get into this position and to feel like I have connections with enough different segments of the field that I can be useful and also can help other people make connections with other people in the field and with other bodies of work. So I feel like it's really centrally a place where I'm really making a contribution to the field as an intellectual domain. So how you balance that, often asking other people's advice. So I do remember the first time I was nominated for something, it was for secretary of my division in ADRA. And I wasn't new enough, I'm like, what does secretary mean? I was like, I think I emailed Pam Grossman, if you know Pam Grossman, and said, so is this a good thing or is this something they just give to women? Like, you can be a secretary. She said, no, it's a good thing, you should do it. So I did, and I think that was the first position that I was in. So I do think that, you might want to ask advice if you're not sure how much. Like if you're a program chair, it depends on what you're a program chair for, how much work that is. If you have a question about whether it's too much work or whether it's worth the trade-off of time, ask a senior colleague either in your field or in the building, and I'm sure they'd be glad to give you advice. But, it is important to your career to have some service and connection with your professional organization. So in general, I would say you do want to do something, and figuring out what roles you would be able to do that for is maybe a question.
Well, you're probably already reviewing manuscripts for journal. One of the things I do is I always throw that title of that journal onto my CV. I have an ad hoc reviewer section. Because at the end of the year, or when you go to update your CV, you can't remember, was that journal event site, cognition, learning something? So, but those are great ways to kind of participate in that process. And then I always find, even now, I learn a lot about, especially when you get the editor's letter. Hopefully the editors send the reviewers their decision along with all the reviewers' comments. So it's always interesting to see if I get it right, or, you know, and again, it's another, just like serving on ultimately grant review panels, you begin to begin to learn what specific journals expect, or, yeah. The next time you write for that journal.
Yeah. I think that's a good level of service to start with. And I think the next big level of service I did was being section chair for ARA, the Division K, to see like how you decide what papers get. And that was interesting to do, but I didn't do it by myself. I did it with Leslie Herringpole. So that, you know, I learned a lot about kind of how, and you do have an influence on what kinds of proposals get into the conference. It's a nice way to have an influence. And I recently said no to being an editor of a journal because it was just way too much work. And I didn't feel like I knew enough, but I'm on the editorial board instead. I felt like that was maybe the more appropriate level of service to learn about that. And service I think that you can learn from is always good to think about what will you not only give, but what can you get out of it. And I may be an unusual faculty member in the level of local work I do in some respects, because I've sometimes sat on statewide panels, but I did all of this post-tenure. I didn't really do it pre, but I did a lot of meeting people locally, teachers, doing a lot of professional development, which really is service. I thought, this is my mistake that I made, is I collected a lot of data that I never analyzed. And I finally threw it away. And this was just thinking I could.
So it was going to say collecting the data, or was it going to say not analyzing it?
Or throwing it away.
Or all of the above.
I think the mistake was maybe collecting it in the first place, without having a clear plan that I was going to do something with it. Because collecting data is really easy, so it makes you feel like you're doing research. But if I didn't have enough help to really analyze the data, and unlike your dissertation, which you primarily do on your own, once you have everything else as a professor, you don't have the singular focus that you used to have when you were a graduate student, which is why being a grad student really rocks. But I think I made that mistake, is that I spent my time gathering data rather than like thinking about finishing stuff. And I had kids too, which was great, but definitely slowed things down a little bit all for good reason. But then it just meant that I had not been super intentional with my time, and that's probably where I should have gotten a little more guidance, and I didn't. I should have talked to people about that. But there's lots of ways to be involved in local organizations too, that you can really see that you're having an impact and your expertise matters. So almost all of us have some kind of local group that would welcome our participation, and those things can be really rewarding. But it is nice always to say, thank you for asking. That's so kind. Can I just think about it? If we could all just say, can I think about it, instead of feeling like we have to say yes, it would probably serve you well, how much you can do.
I remember when I first came here, Neil Theobald, who is now president of Temple University, but he was leaving to a different position when I came here, and he made me repeat after him, that is a fascinating project. I would so love to help you. However, right now, I have too many other obligations or something like that. Practice, he said.
Yeah, if you call Mike Rose, that is his voicemail message. If you're calling to ask me to do X, Y, or Z, thank you so much, but I just can't. It's really great.
So we have talked a lot about all these service activities and committees and, some are admittedly more work than others. So you may want to talk to some of your senior colleagues about, you know, how do I ease into this? Poor Holly, other than these last couple of years, Faculty Senate was a pretty interesting way to learn a little bit about the university.
It's very interesting this year. No, it's been great. I really enjoy the faculty.
Yeah.
It's like, but I like that. That's why I teach it.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating, and you hear what all the other units think, which is sometimes like really different. Like, how do you think?
No. Plus, it has a sort of pretty time bound.
Yeah,
That's
it
sort
is
of like,
time
you
bound.
know,
Where
it's
you're
these
going,
Thursdays
commit.
and.
Right. Search committees are always good, event, you know, in the first, but they take a lot of work. I like to know how much travel or how much like extra time outside of the school day things take, because if things are evening focused, you know, that impacts my family life more, you know, but, or travel is hard. So those are things to consider. That's why I think I said no to like one of those being a secretary, because it meant like 3 extra meetings, but they were national meetings, and so I was like, well, that sounds great, but I know that'll just stress me out, and so I said no to something like that.
Depends on your situation. I do think that having done stuff for different professional organizations, one thing that's good about AERA is there actually is a professional staff. So some of the things that, you know, there's somebody who can run the technology and somebody who can, whereas some of the smaller organizations they don't have any professional staff, and those tend to be the more expanding responsibility.
Yeah, clear job descriptions are always nice to have.
Well, as promised, this probably didn't answer all your questions. There are some good ones.
Sorry,
Still out there, but.
You can get with me, whatever you want.
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
thank you.
much.
Thank you guys for putting this
So
together.
helpful.
Yeah.
Katie, you did an awesome job.
Yep.
You can check service box off.
And we get to come join you for a happy hour?
Yes.
That's awesome. 4:30 to 6 at Mama Molina's. Does everybody know where that is?